house if it's as long as possible because it's going to interface obviously once it's 60s that's hot. So you watch that just because like here's your thrusters, right? Like if you notice you're getting hot, like you can take a look and be like, why is it getting hot? You want to have something binding in the front sun that's fighting it and just running excess of thrusters. So you can look at that and try to figure out what's going on.
Don't worry.
Is there like a start stop?
Yes.
Perfect. Okay.
Yeah, that's a
We
percentage.
haven't seen any more babies emerge. And I think it's really, we're still,
Available to that thruster. So it's
I think we should get on with the brooding
on that
trial.
thruster.
Because we
That'd
haven't
be
seen any yet.
forward and back, obviously.
And then try to sample one. So you're gonna have to let them know where you want the
These are
trial.
your inserts, so that's
What sex and what octopus you
pulling
want.
us down. That's what you see right now.
Anyway, Jorge's done.
This guy is a power-hungry thruster. We try not to use it a whole lot. If you're somewhere and you're having a lateral, it's fine if you're using it a little bit.
What's for lunch?
And you're not using these a whole lot, then it's fine. If you notice you're using like a lot of,
Gumbo.
especially these two thrusters,
Yeah.
to stay somewhere, and you're using this guy, you might want to try something different. See if you can get this guy down.
So you said if it's
They are just handing over.
Yeah, just be more efficient, like, hello there. There's, so for instance, like if you're, if the current's coming from a certain direction, if you just lateral into it, this thing's break, right? It's wider, it's bigger lateral, there's more forces out there. So you may be better off to just spin into the head of the current, only do forward, let go, come up, forward, that type of thing. There's things you can do, you'll pick them up as you go, to use less power. For most of this subsea work though, being this low and in the view, none of that's really concerned. The only time it would be more concerned is like we're landed out, right? So we've got only one ram. Usually we have two, right? So if we can get thrusters go down because we're stable, we're not. The RV's pinned right there. So imagine if you're flying forward, it's going to want to turn, right? So that means the thrusters. That's why there's an offset. More than likely, it's fighting that turning as well. So it just creates more power, more use of power, which is fine. We're at 3,000 meters. It's cool. Obviously, we don't have an issue. The temps aren't very high. And these numbers aren't insanely high. So it's not a problem. If it is.
So we're just doing a watch change, both ROV pilots and science, and then we're gonna get going again.
Feel free to bounce around in these menus.
So you do
Devices page, this is where you turn on obviously the compass, all your devices.
days.
Cameras. So they're all at. That's pretty much everything we have on
I
board
still
right now.
like to get a temperature in that.
Yeah, it's not connected.
Yeah.
John, what's your temperature? Because this is where we think the babies are.
Also with
We haven't seen any babies emerge once we sat down. So we're,
oh, this if it goes into place on the box,
we're
then
kind
it's
of sure they came from there, but not
all
on
the way
the
down. See this game is lit up, so that means if I adjust one,
yeah.
it'll all go up together. If you think that game off, you can individually do it. That's slides,
Well,
there's your
that's
lips,
color.
your sides.
I think so. Yeah, I think it's like. Yeah. So I have
Are you
to
guys ready to go?
log out from you and.
Yeah, okay. I think they're ready. All right, you guys are. Thanks, guys.
Can I steal your chair?
There's like,
So I then it is more to them, for them to decide if they want to decide themselves. And then
I'm Jorge.
Mike.
Mike.
I'm Tyler. Nice to meet you.
Chill.
Jill.
Chill. C-H-I-L-L.
Okay.
Hey, Tyler. What's up?
Tiva, your narration
You guys kept him at the first
Yeah, thank you. I feel very honored. Even like all the people I know watching it.
All right. Well, we're ready to put you to work.
But
It's good work.
It's cool.
yeah, I think, and then I might.
And it's just Mike. Mike.
They're watching this. There's just no sound. Okay.
Well, I didn't know.
Great job, great job.
I can't think of any species in this genus.
Really?
Well, maybe.
Okay. So ready to go again? There's a shift in the people operating the ROV, and I'm going to be for the next 4 hours. I'm Jorge Cortez from University of Costa Rica, and we're going to be dealing with the octopus the next couple hours. So first thing we need is to take temperature measurement, and Janet will tell us where.
Yeah, I'd like it in the crevice behind this female.
So in that crevice there?
Yeah, that'd be good.
Okay.
There may be hatchling octopus come out at you. They won't hurt you.
Yeah, we saw some baby octopus come out, so
Okay.
we're going to be on the watch out to see if we can see where they're coming from.
Can you get the display for the stethoscope on the top right? And vehicle sensors or vehicle devices one or two? No, that, no. No. I forget which one it is. It's, go to the vehicle starter cam. There it is. 2 degrees.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's in there, I think, as far as I can get. See much rise, maybe.
3 degrees.
It's not going up very much.
No.
No, it didn't. Maybe try a different area?
Well, I mean, the highest I saw was 3.2.
That's me hitting the back wall there.
Yeah, 2.6 to 3.2 seems to be the range. Has anybody seen any hatchlings coming out, crawling, swimming?
I'm not seeing anything.
All right,
So
I'm good
move,
with that. Jorge?
move and try another spot for temperature.
Well, that's where the young were coming out.
At that area. Ah, okay.
wanna try the other side?
Can do that, yeah.
Looks good.
I got it set. There's not much to get into right there.
Okay.
There's another little bit lower, maybe I can try that out.
Uh-huh,
Right
uh-huh.
there.
Give
Yeah.
it a shot.
Alright, let's be in there.
That's the hot spot.
Yeah, there we go.
Mm-hmm.
Seven.
Oh,
See some shimmer.
yeah.
Stabilize there, right?
70, a maximum of 7.9.
Okay.
Yeah.
I see another spot where the shimmer seems to come out. Try to see if that's working right here. Yeah.
Great.
It's about the same.
Mm.
Maybe a little less.
That's that green is the cement and the X.
Do you think those rocks are loose? I don't.
No, no, no. We'll look for that.
Okay.
Okay. Move on.
Okay, let's move on.
All right.
So the next thing we're gonna do is deploy some of the pots and tubes that are in there. And you tell us where you want it.
Well, we need to find a spot that won't roll off. So, the slope here is fairly steep.
Mm.
Yeah, I couldn't.
Come up and come through and then we'll
Okay.
get nice logo on that.
Yeah.
When I watch.
Mhm.
How about 4 o'clock on this lower left screen? Does that look flatter?
Okay.
Yeah. You want to get those pots out first? Or going for one of those like ceramic pots, is that right? Or the,
Yeah.
clay?
There's terracotta and there's PVC.
Okay, which one are we going for, or does it matter?
Doesn't matter, whichever one is in the bio box you open. And they're the bio box is closest to the vehicle.
Yep, okay, camera in, yeah, this is it, camera percent.
There they are.
Let's open 3, grab one of those pots, and then we'll move into center. We just wanna do this away, because that porch has to go out so much, we don't wanna get distracted and hit something.
I understand.
Now these are to see if they'll use those as a den?
Right.
Okay.
I mean, the question with this octopus brooding in the warm water is why they do it. So, and one of the ideas is that there's simply no nice, clean, hard surface for them except where the fluid flow brushes the dirt off the basalt. So if we give them nice, beautiful terracotta Costa Rican, indigenous made terracotta pots, maybe they'll just love them. And if they don't like that, well, maybe they'll like US PVC elbows. But if it's not hard substrate, then maybe they do like the warm temperature. So we'll deploy some of these in the warm temperature and some of them away. Right now, because this dive is really packed with stuff, and we got this watch, and then we're supposed to be on deck. We're just getting these down. It's just striking to me how clean the basalt is around where the octopus are brooding their eggs.
Yes.
And it's not
yes.
that the octopus are working on it. I mean, they don't do housework. It's like I told these guys after 2014, I saw the pictures. You're not looking for fluid flow, you're looking for octopus.
Now earlier when we saw the babies first come up, I said, oh, paralarvae, because I'm used to giant Pacific octopus, but these look fully developed.
These aren't paralarvae.
Wow.
Paralarvae is a term that's applied to cephalopod hatchlings who, they don't undergo a real metamorphosis the way a villager larva becomes a snail, but they go through morphological changes. So they're kind of not a real larva, but they're not a real non-larva, so they're a paralarva.
Okay.
These guys are miniature adults in orange. I had no clue they were orange.
So they can already fend for themselves at this point.
They have to, because
Wow.
mom is on
Yeah.
death's door, literally.
There you
And
go.
even in shallow water species, the young hatch, she's like, go away.
Yeah.
And consider the size difference between like an octopus who's a kilo, 2.5 pounds,
Yeah.
and a hatchling who's 6 millimeters or quarter-inch long. She can't teach him anything. She forgot all that when she was in size.
Right.
It's got a little bit of an angle.
So, mark that when we put this down. Yeah, okay.
About right there, there's like a little bowl. I wonder if it would sit in that bowl.
Here?
Yeah, just to the left of that, right?
Oh, that
right
looks-
there, looks like a little bit of a bowl, I'm not sure.
There
Oh,
might be a little
this?
wrench there, yeah. And Rob, when you're logging this is pot 10.
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
just sit down there and let me see what I can do. It's hard to tell how steep that is.
Yeah.
It was so steady.
Okay.
That's the diplomatic type.
Me?
The diplomatic type is part-time.
But,
Okay.
mhm.
Actually, that is better right over there to the right.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Oh, looks good.
I think that's good.
Looks good.
It doesn't have to be, you know, exactly 90 degrees from where you want it. You put a plant in it. They'll find it. They're octopus.
Yeah,
Thank you.
You're welcome.
great.
So there might be a good spot just to the left, or do you want more separation than these things for the next one?
You need physical separation?
Yeah.
Well, if the slope is really steep and you can't, then you can't. But if you can, that'd be great.
I'm thinking just to the left, there's another little bowl like this. Maybe it would fit. I mean, I won't go until I set it down and see what it looks like.
This, here?
Yeah, either that one or the one right above it. One of the two would probably hold another pot if we want.
Maybe we want them closer to where the octopus are. Like it's pretty
That's
bare
pretty
here.
steep. Take a look at the camera down here.
Uh-huh.
It's not a wall, but
Yeah, it's quite hard to read.
it's steep.
Yeah.
Mhm. So maybe move that way.
Right. Yeah, everything is a little steep, which is why I was trying to find these little nooks.
Uh-huh,
to hold
uh-huh.
it.
Yeah. If you can find another place like that, given the slope, go for it.
Okay.
And there's a couple of those.
A little further out.
Uh-huh.
Outcrops.
All right, I tell you what, let's pop back up and get the next one, and then we'll do like we just did. We'll move in and find a good spot after we've got a hold of it, because otherwise we'll lose it when we're trying to grab it.
And there's no
And
octopus
you want to
around
leave
here, so
another
we can try
pot
and perch
or
out where we're
an
at,
elbow?
See how we go.
Okay.
For tomorrow?
No, here. Like put another pot or PVC elbow.
Yeah. If it's easier to put down an elbow on this slope,
Okay.
it's in the other eye, bio box.
Okay.
Okay.
Let's do my box two.
Mm-hmm.
Right,
But it'd
bylaws
be
to-
good to have one bio box empty, so we can collect.
Ah, okay.
So that's why I was thinking the pots would be good.
We can go either way, whichever one you want.
Go with the pot.
Pot.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll do my box three then.
Simpler,
I'll go with the pot.
quicker.
Okay.
Looks like a bunch of pots.
Yeah.
True it is.
Is that enough for you to get it out? Or?
Just go ahead and open it.
Mm-hmm.
We got George Matsumoto from Embari saying, position the pot so you can see into it when you fly by.
Okay.
But that's why it's got a monkey fist.
When you come back, are you just gonna collect those outright?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
We'll come back in about a week or so.
In December when we come back.
Yeah. We'll see how they look in,
Right.
in a week. Maybe they're full.
They may be just,
Or if not,
oh,
then
next week?
that's pot number.
This is pot eight, yes.
Pot 8.
8. Consistency? No. But A10 is pretty good, so. Just a little niche right there. Perfect. George approves, I'm sure. Thanks for the tip, George.
Looks good.
Well done.
Thank you. So
Yeah.
do you want to do the elbows now and maybe a different spot, or
Pardon?
do you want to do the PVC elbows now?
Well, what's the dive plan say?
Well, it says remove one of the animal shelters from the large bio box and display. It says one, but I don't know if there's a plan to.
So we got one empty bio box, right?
Yes.
Where those came out of?
We do.
We need to find an octopus to put in it.
Yeah, so,
Okay.
So I'll ask you to collect it for science.
Awesome. Okay, let's get one of.
we have just set
We have a
out
few options.
2 pots
We
to
have
see
some, like,
if they come
metal
in.
Scrapers. They're like a,
No metal scrapers.
they're a cup there. We also have a net. It's a metal ring with a net. You can slowly scoop.
In previous years, I've worked with ROV pilots to collect a similar octopus who's slower going. Spent mucho bucks on stainless steel frames and nets and dive bags. They decided it was easiest just to use for them.
Okay, we can do that as well.
So I think if you go upslope, my big thing is to get a male because it has informative characters for taxonomy.
Uh-huh.
And the males are not the ones who are in the position of brooding.
Okay.
They're the ones who are like looking around. Their third right arm is slightly modified. Once you look at enough, you'll be like, oh yeah. Hey, bro.
All right.
Bueno,
Yeah.
acabamos de dejar un par de vasijas de barro
You'll also
con la idea de que se acerquen algunos pulpos y se establezcan ahí.
So it's
Y ahora vamos a tratar de recolectar un pulpo macho que tiene unas estructuras muy características y vamos a ver cómo lo hacemos. Esto no se ha hecho antes, entonces vamos a ver cómo logramos.
see that right there? Yeah.
So now we're going to try to collect a male. You could see up in the top center. There's another one over there. So we're going to see how we collect it. The males are the ones that are not coiled up. Los pulpos machos son los que están con los brazos extendidos y no los que están recogidos.
It'll hit the box. So just help keep an eye on that, make sure I'm not doing damage to anything. Cool. I kind of almost think I should.
So we'll be back here in about a week, but the chance of them moving in, maybe not, within that time frame. But they'll actually be visiting the site again in December, so we'll see then. But yes, as a heads up again, we are moving into the collection phase here. We're going to be collecting several of these octopus over the course of this expedition. So we're going to give a try here, it sounds like.
Yeah, they're just checking out new real estate. Keep going up slow.
I'm not afraid to use that one. Because I know I do a lot.
Beautiful octopus.
You want to just keep going.
And the rocks are completely covered with all sorts of creatures, cube worms, hydroids, octocorals, sponges. We see some beautiful glass sponges and great octocoral. Si las piedras están totalmente, las rocas están totalmente cubiertas de diferentes organismos, vemos esponjas, vemos octocorales, vemos hidroides, y tubos de poliqueto y probablemente mucho más cosas viviendo ahí. Y definitivamente todo recubierto con microorganismos que son los que hacen que todo el sistema funcione. It's a beautiful, beautiful sponge field. Wow.
Looks like he's maybe up and about.
Looks like you could do tubers.
Sí, esta concentración de esponjas es muy impresionante. Son esponjas de vidrio, están hechas de fibras ópticas de sílice.
That's his lot.
Cool if I zoom.
It's a very impressive field of glass sponges, which are made of same material as the fiber optics we use for communication.
How many times did I say this was easy? They're hiding.
There's another one below us if you want to check that out.
Okay.
Spotted him in this camera.
It's a large sponge. There it is. And for people tuning in, Jorge Cortez from the University of Costa Rica, and this is a mission of the Pacific coast of northern part of Costa Rica, and where we're trying to study is this octopus and microbes that live here, and also all the biodiversity of organisms, all the species that we see, trying to collect and identify them.
I'm not sure that's the same species, actually. Zoom out again.
Got some very exposed eggs down below right there.
Oh, Janet.
Que estamos en la costa pacífica del norte de Costa Rica, a 3.010 metros de profundidad. La temperatura del agua aquí es de 1,7 grados centígrados, o sea, bastante frío, y es oscuridad total. Podemos ver esto porque el vehículo tiene luces muy fuertes. Lo que estamos viendo es una hembra pulpo y detrás se pueden ver las puestas de huevos de estas hembras. Y alrededor lo que vemos es estrellas de mar, tubos de poliquetos, hidroides que crecen sobre estas rocas y, como había mencionado, además de todos los microbios.
Seems like it's possible we could find one that's on a rock that we can pick up. I wouldn't waste
think
time on it, but-
they're inside.
Okay.
They're all connected to the ceiling.
Yeah. What do you make of this really active female? Of the really active female that we were just watching?
She's looking for a place to put them, I think. Because she looks much younger than any of the others.
Oh, okay.
And those are the two we looked at previously.
And there's this one up here. Is that one? That one looks.
Yeah. Reindex, so down there.
can see one of the deep water fishes just sliding by.
See the modified tip to the third arm? It's white.
It's going just under the mic right now.
Yeah. Usually that.
Yeah. That's how I know they're different.
Where do you see that?
Yeah, what is that?
It's this here. Oh, sorry, this.
Okay,
Yeah, so that's it right there.
tell the story.
Oh, I'm not the expert.
It's strong on.
Yeah, so you can tell that this is a male because of the modification at the tip of the third arm, which is used to deposit the spermatophores into the females. And right now, he's probably on the move trying to find a receptive female. And it looks like this one may have some polka dots, which we haven't seen yet.
So the only reason I would suggest that on
Y lo que estamos viendo es un macho y sabemos que es macho porque hay una modificación en el tercer brazo. De ahí se ve como una cosa blanca y eso es la estructura que usan para pasar los espermatozoides a las hembras. Y aquí lo vemos buscando alguna hembra receptiva.
You might, yeah. So it is sad to have to collect animals, but we don't know what species this is because there haven't been any collections of octopuses at this depth off Costa Rica. All we know is that they're here at Dorado. This is the third time of 3. I think they're in the genus Moose octopus because they don't fit anything else. So the specimens will be deposited at Jorge's Museum of Zoology at the University of Costa Rica.
Right.
And they'll be available there forever. We're going to preserve them just as well as we can. It will allow molecular, morphological, and genomic as well as microbiological studies. So
there's nothing hidden there. You could almost just
It's sad,
land
but-
out in front of the porch if you want.
I mean,
Si no, es triste colectar animales como estos, pero la única forma que tenemos de poder identificarlos y saber qué especie es y poder saber si es única de aquí o si está por todo el mundo es colectándolo y haciendo todos los estudios morfológicos, genéticos y además se va a estudiar todos los microorganismos que viven en estos pulpos. Todos los especímenes que se recolecten van a ser depositados en el Museo de Zoología de la Universidad de Costa Rica y ahí van a estar disponibles para estudios científicos indefinidamente. Se van a preservar para poder mantenerlos por muchísimo tiempo.
Want to get him down, you probably will have to porch out.
yeah.
Just be ready to. You said it?
I think I'm settled there.
Not that way. I was hoping he was going to hold on to me.
I suggest grabbing them over the eyes.
actually grabbing.
Yeah,
Over
we
the
don't
eyes.
squeeze hard, but
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Yeah, we should have cutters on those.
Yeah, it's
Blades on the backside of that.
when it closes enough, it's gonna cut.
He's, man, I'm really stretched out there. I need to catch up with him.
Yeah, I'll move up on that. If I am. I'll move.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Sound.
Yeah, you just kind of goose out of there.
Mm-hmm.
is it that easily accessible? You want to try it?
Yeah, that's, geez, yeah.
It's that red handle, and the whole thing does fit into the box.
Oh, good.
We're going to try another way of collecting it with a net. Como vieron, es difícil recolectar estos animales, entonces vamos a hacer una prueba ahora con esta red de buceo, de recolectarlo.
I think coming from behind him.
I would too.
Yeah, come from the
other
right,
side.
turn right, and then shift, catch him going this direction, because he'll move that way. And I would sort of close over, and then
And this is one of the benefits of the ROV, is we can be very selective with our sampling.
nice. Just keep moving.
Goodness.
There you go. Perfect.
Not quite, not quite. Oh, now you turn.
There you go.
Well done.
Twist it around.
We got it. Logramos recolectar este macho que, como dije, va a ser importante para las investigaciones científicas. Well, we got this male, which is going to be very important for advancing our knowledge of all this group of very interesting marine organisms. This is one of the objectives. Our mission to this place was to find this octopus and collect them because they are not known what species they are. Sí, la razón principal de toda esta expedición, esta zona, es estudiar estos pulpos que se conocen, solo se han encontrado aquí y probablemente sean una especie nueva.
Again, for those of you watching at home, this expedition is here to hopefully learn more about these animals. And as you may have heard, one hasn't been collected before. And especially on this male here, there are going to be identifying features that will assist scientists in better understanding these animals.
I think with this, we could risk opening the box again.
Yeah, because that's not going to come out of that. I was just going to ask that. We can.
He's holding on to the quiver.
Whoa.
Close slowly, so it goes all the way.
Yeah.
About to let go of that, okay? Get ready to close it. Close it a little bit. And there, close firebox two. There it is.
There it is, yeah.
Close the bolt.
Okay.
Good job.
Good.
Now,
Congratulations
all right, what's next on
On the
this
chats.
dive plan?
Okay, we can that's in biological samples. Try to collect substrate with eggs and store in coral quiver.
Okay. The substrate with eggs.
I'm gonna just.
Ask you. So one of those females, you could just grab it like that.
You think she could go in the same box?
I think so. You can give it a try.
Yeah.
And we'll have to remove.
Have someone asking if these will be released. And no, that's one reason we're being quite selective with this. These animals are
So we're gonna do
going to be
is,
basically the model. So they're going to go to a museum setting
make sure
where
that
they can be
eggs
studied as the model of their species.
see like this white.
So these ones will not be released.
And we'll see if we'll be able to pick up this female. This is scroll up. We can pick it up and put it on the other side of the box. And then we'll go for the
This
eggs.
man is plug the female with the eggs and put it in the other side of the box. I think based on the way the net is, that's gonna work. Now,
We only have the one net.
were these females or with their eggs?
Yeah,
They're
they're
not.
They're not gonna fight. So you can just free them in.
Now, that was a male that we just collected. So we do have one of the species here, or one animal. They are hoping to collect a female with eggs in this instance as well. So we have a full image of the species and life cycle. So they're just discussing right now the best options for collecting one of the females and eggs.
Would the slurper be an option for the eggs, or would it just annihilate them? Probably just destroy them.
All the way out in the best.
Ahora vamos a tratar de recolectar una hembra que se necesita tener macho, hembra, huevos y ojalá jóvenes para poder analizar bien la especie y determinar qué especie es. Now we're going to try to collect this female and the eggs to study the relation of this with the male and with other species that have been observed in this region. Ooh. you think? Would that be easier with that scoop?
Possibly, I can go very delicately and slow and just see if I can get her to basically fall into it.
Uh-huh.
Okay,
I can try.
here's a pilot.
If it doesn't work, I can always put it away and go back to this.
Mm-hmm. Well, it goes same position.
Yeah.
Other than that, no.
There is more net.
That's right.
Yeah, there's the yeah.
Yeah, let's try that.
Yeah.
Vamos a probar otra forma para recolectarlo. We're going to try now with another net, see if we are able to collect it.
And it's got that little lip in the front, which is nice.
Try not to scrape too hard.
Okay.
Do you want the porch? Back and touch. Just now.
I think I got it, because I got a great deal over here. That's right. Can you, zoom in on the
Yeah.
sit?
she fall into it?
Just get that box up.
Looks like.
She's holding on still, so if we get it over to the box, it might work.
I'll just open it real quick.
You over.
Nice.
Oh, exciting.
Okay. Done.
Well, we got it.
And you got some
We're
beautiful
good.
examples with the blue and tap, so we want
Yeah.
those suction sampled up.
Okay. Just go ahead and torch back in.
So that'll be
Bueno,
suction.
logramos recolectar esa hembra. Ahora vamos a recolectar los huevos para poder, como había mencionado, hacer toda la asociación de la especie y también estudiar los microorganismos asociados a estas especies. Okay, we got a female, and now we're going to try to collect the eggs.
I can't see a lot on that one. Can you see it over there? Which,
Yeah, one.
it is one?
Yeah.
Torch it up, torch it up. Alright. I was just going from the wrong handle for a second. Yeah.
Pick the rocks.
The,
Yeah. Where'd that come from?
they set down somewhere there.
Yeah. When it's
The
out on,
guys don't clean up that.
when it's out on the mud.
Can you look up this, bullets?
If you get some rocks with the eggs, it'd be ideal,
Okay.
but I don't think we'll be able to.
Ese sedimento que está saliendo es de la aspiradora que probablemente se metió cuando empezamos hace horas en la planicie abisal, que es de un fondo lodoso muy suave. Yeah, all that sediment that's coming out stuck into this tube, this part of like a vacuum cleaner, and it came in when we were in the abyssal plain, in the very flat areas, very muddy areas where we started many hours ago. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, lots of nice call outs for the pilot skill. Yeah, it's not a happy collection, but being able to do it that well is lots of folks happy with that.
It makes it easy.
Yes.
Thank you. It's, I got like. Alright, going for space.
Mm-hmm.
You said they'd be pretty stuck there.
Well, some,
Those ones are pretty.
those are loose when trying to collect the females. So.
Some of
You got
Yeah.
Closer to so you can run.
porch out or maybe.
So this is an excellent opportunity to study the microbes associated with the female in conjunction with the eggs that she's laid. We know from some other cephalopods that there are microbes associated with the eggs that provide protection against harmful microbial species. And so that's something that we'll be able to investigate by collecting these specimens now.
Sí, estaba ahora Holly Lutz explicando que en otras especies de cefalópodos se ha encontrado que hay microbios en los huevos que más bien protegen a los huevos de enfermedades. Entonces estos se están colectando para estudiarlos también en detalle.
Is it suspended still under section 7 spot?
Yes.
Well, you notice the little shrimps around? They eat the eggs.
We're going to make sure its container is
Number one, he said.
That's all the ones not free.
Okay.
And try to get the rest there, Dan, or? Oh, and there's more there. Okay. Those are free as well.
The ones on the bottom.
Yeah, the ones
They
below.
got the really nice ones with the blue silk caps.
I have a question in the chat. If you're gonna, now that the female's kind of not there, are you gonna take a temperature reading of where she
We are.
was?
We will.
And then Gus is gonna deploy some instruments here. So you guys nice sat down and comfortable? Good.
Yeah, so there was a question in the chat about whether or not we would take a temperature reading here now where the female was, and it sounds like that is the plan, as well as deploying some instruments.
Come a bit more if you need it.
Good job.
Yeah.
Are those rocks around there all pretty hard attached?
That would
These
be,
ones down here,
They look.
that's not what you're looking for, right?
I mean,
Yeah,
No.
they want the ones with the egg.
This.
yeah, if the eggs, the ones that eggs are attached to, if those are easily pulled out, that would be
Weird.
fantastic.
Let me see what I
I'm
have.
guessing not.
That one kind of looks big. Wonder if we can just jack up the whole rock.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah. Want to just collect it, put it in a container?
Yes.
do that?
Yes, that would
Yeah,
be.
I think that would be great.
Okay.
Do we have the container available?
Yes.
Okay.
There's a couple quick ones. Yeah,
Okay,
You
yeah.
still have the floor,
Yeah,
right?
many.
Great.
And we'll,
Yeah, I
Turn it
think,
on, I just want to make sure we got all those eggs out of the tube before we
Uh-huh.
do this.
We were
close
gonna-
shake.
yeah, look at that, they're
Oh,
great.
yeah, okay,
like-
you got.
We
put
were
it
gonna
back on,
shrink.
turn it off.
Oh, that looks good, yeah.
Yeah,
And then, don't forget to index it one, so that those are, secure.
oh, we got a little crustacean in there too. Oh,
Yes,
nice.
we gotta remember.
We can look at its stomach contents and see if it's been eating the eggs already.
next one.
So temperature probe is next?
We're gonna try to get the rock first.
Take the rock first.
That's it, next one.
Two on it.
Okay?
You're co-chief scientist, how can I say no?
Oh.
But if you perturb the whole plumbing system.
That's
of
yeah,
Dorado
that's a
Outcrop,
that's a
it's
good
all you.
point. So we'll do the temperature first.
Temperature first, okay.
Yeah,
I'm gonna-
that's a good point.
I can say, okay.
Want it there, or you want, what do you want?
Yeah, a little more.
Oh,
porch and held there.
I've been worrying about that for 2 months. Nobody's threatening to break into my house and. You hear about that?
It's around the week.
Could I go to the technical page?
Which thermometer am I supposed to go with?
Oh,
HT Pro?
yeah,
Okay.
it's looking a little chilly.
Yeah, that's gonna be an issue for me. Maybe I'll put it off the one that's
Interesting,
shimmering.
right, from an octopus perspective.
Those burger
Wow.
just getting warmer.
We're trying to take temperature of this place now. Lo que tratamos es de tomar la temperatura del sitio, ya colectamos los huevos y después
They need a temp page, that's
vamos a
So that, Janet, that suggests they're not, this one is not at a high temp location.
Not under much influence right now.
Someone in the comments asks if, like, the female being there kind of on top in that umbrella, would that act to trap any warm water then, or not too much? It's still gonna kind of flow out?
It's still gonna flow around.
Yeah.
And there's very little art out there in the octopus world.
Yeah, yeah.
It's not like they're asbestos.
Yeah. There was a question in the chat about whether the octopus's presence would sort of trap warmth there. And it seems the opinion is that they don't offer much in the way of insulative body.
unos
So,
peces curiosos buscando algo de comer.
We have those temps, so we're not entirely sure. I'm not able to find anything hotter than that. So
Okay.
Okay, well, Gus will be doing deployments elsewhere. Can you,
Yeah, I'm gonna hold off to find a little shimmering spot.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Oh, get away, Eels.
So we'll try to break the rug.
Yeah, let's try to get that rock.
Okay.
okay,
Very good.
find a warm spot for Gus.
Huh.
Well, that took very little time.
Yeah, those fish are
Yeah.
going crazy.
Portion of it.
Before we go, we're gonna fire an instant bottle
Okay.
before we move on.
The fluid flow can be quite variable. Change with the tides. Maybe we can try 6 hours later, we'll be shimmering there.
Yeah, could be, could be.
Yeah, grab a rock with the X and the blue.
Is that considered rock sand or
That's a good question. You see that? I would think rock with
Okay.
yes. There would be a rock with X or X attached to a rock. There will go as a rock sample or a biological.
Oh, yeah, but biological.
Maybe we should do it as a biological organ, which is mainly on the X.
Okay. That's the thing that Carrie tries.
X attached
Yeah.
to a rock.
There's a lot of rocks on X, but this is the only rock with.
Yeah, I was interested in also sampling the environment immediately around, so this is like, I'm promoting this, I'm just not sure, like,
Rock.
You're gonna chisel the rock.
I think he's just gonna see if it's grabbable and then not waste too much time on it.
Mira,
It's not-
¿cómo llegaron? ¿Sí?
Once it's up on deck, they'll be planning on chiseling the rock. And you're
Oh.
gonna them all around it.
Uh,
You got the mortar.
Once
yeah,
the
that would be great, yeah.
the mama octopus was removed, you could see this fish just looking for something to eat there.
Yeah.
Scraping the rocks. Ajá. Si apenas quitamos la hembra, el pulpo de ahí, vemos estos peces que vienen a ver qué se comen.
They're just plucking them off like grapes.
You bounced down. I was already struggling. Oh, no.
Yeah.
I just see a marker.
They were still at market.
And then, was there multiple octopuses in this area?
Yeah, and we've collected a male and female index, so.
Oh yeah, that thing's solid.
Okay,
And
and that's,
good comments.
Okay,
lunchtime for eels.
yeah. Gus, you're up. Right a hot spot.
The rock is not.
I'm gonna take my chances and just wait till it explode a little more. And, try to
Okay,
look for where
so-
there's a lot more shimmering.
So before we move, we're gonna take a Niskin bottle.
Can we wait? We should wait till marker K for that. Because we
Okay,
accidentally fired 2 at the sediment site.
okay.
And I think we can, find more shimmering water.
Okay, so we'll move
I'll try to go
on.
here, but we can't really get a high temperature read for a second. You're gonna 102 degrees.
Really?
Yeah, where the octopus were taken.
So sometimes you have to play around with like where you poke to
They
find it.
jiggled it around a little bit.
Yeah, is there any, I don't see any shimmering though.
No, there was, the maximum temperature is 1.8, which I think is exactly matching the background water.
Okay, so maybe this is one that doesn't actually position with,
There was definitely embryos and some eggs, and we've seen a bunch of babies.
really?
Yeah.
Yes.
So they're orange, babies are orange.
Oh, how about that?
Very large, swimming well.
Wheels on our feet.
So move on to K.
I think so,
Do
yeah.
it and do a transect.
Yeah, it's so close, I mean, it's maybe 20 meters away, so, yeah,
Just start over.
just kind of see what you see.
Okay, so we're gonna move to marker K. And the idea is to do a transect, so it will be like a meter off the bottom, point 15 knots. Like in a straight line, so that we can record what's there and then quantify.
Okay.
Great.
It's also shrimp, have a good time here.
Just start the transition.
Once you see him come off bottom,
Yeah.
that's essentially when it's starting.
Better get ready to start moving.
cells for a long time before it goes down into the gills.
This is a good indication of how like defensive those octopus moms are, that they helped kept off those predators for so long. Wow.
It only took 2 minutes before these two killed each other. We came across a carcass too.
Of what?
A mother dog.
Oh, okay.
So it's like a whole cycle happens here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow, so this is
That's amazing. 2014 is because of brooding. You know, a narrow.
no.
White.
Short, more rapid.
And the ones that came out were just about that size. Orange. Swim up very fast. Look at the 6 of those.
Pretty incredible.
Yeah.
So was there an octopus over here where that other
No.
indication of cement is?
No.
Interesting.
Without the pots,
Okay.
we found depressions.
Any evidence of venting where you put any of those?
Very little. Their temperature again.
Okay.
The highest we got was
Do you mind if I zoom around?
7.9.
Okay. 7.9 is the maximum?
Yeah.
Okay.
That looks like a pretty major part of the cement. That green cement is what people are interested in putting in chemistry. But I mean, that's solid.
Yeah, I don't see any shimmering
No
here.
shimmering.
Yeah, that's the cement that holds it next to the rock.
So if you didn't hear
Yeah.
that
Yeah, I'm
area
not
there, we
surprised
think
because
that's
it's
where
so
the
sedimented
cement
here, and
was
then
that
spots
would have
of
held eggs to the rock at one point.
When we get up to marker K, you'll see that it's much more exposed
Uh-huh. Okay.
and like more of this black staining. Wow.
It's crust on the rock or part of the rock.
Oops, okay, I just pushed my hand. It's a mixture of both. So it's actually probably old cement, is what I'm guessing. 'Cause it doesn't look like your typical iron oxidation.
large eggs compared to something
Uh-huh.
Might be some. But yeah, no more, I don't see shimmering at all.
No.
Could be, so when we came back in 2014, and we visited sites with prior venting, we were like, where's the venting? And then we realized that like if we came back at a different time of day, we saw it. So we should maybe check out the tidal cycle that we're at right now and see if we're at a high. And that might be influencing what we're seeing.
We should.
Mike, are we seeing much in the way of a current down here? Are you having to fight anything?
No, not really, not too much.
Okay. For the person in the comments asked a little earlier if we had much of a current down here. It doesn't seem like the pilots are having to fight anything.
Can we check, Mike? Can we check what's the tide right now?
We might just go
The
online and
the
find
tide. Nelson Bridge. What's the what moment of the tide?
We could probably look it up online.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, we'll have to see for this area.
Yeah, but I think probably near shore is close.
scientists just currently discussing our next steps here. We do still have more on this particular dive, so stick around for more exploration of this octopus garden.
Yeah, so marker K is moving 20 and 25 meters above us. So I would suggest we just go slow and look to see if there's any indication of, like, slow and zooming on places that look like it might be venting with octopus. But once we get up to marker K, it'll be obvious. Like, the marker is right where the most venting has ever been
But
observed.
we should try to do the transect.
Yeah, I think so, but just slow.
Okay.
Like, probably even slower than 0.15.
Okay.
Like half a meter a second is probably good.
Okay, we'll get ready to move on to marker K. And we mentioned trying to do this transect.
Sorry about that, Rich. Hold off on that one.
So when we start about a meter and maybe slower if that's possible.
Okay.
We're not going far. We're only about 25 meters.
Yeah. I'll just stop the vessels.
When you're ready, let us know so that we mark start time of the transect.
Do you want to just do it from here, or do you want to go from marker,
Marker K. Yeah, go straight.
from the bottom marker up to marker K is where you're going to measure?
Yeah, we're in D now, and we'll be to move to marker K. I'm impressed with the condition of the marker. It's perfect. Like,
Oh, you saw it?
yeah, it's like
Okay.
if it was set just recently, nothing growing on it.
Okay. All right. Stolen effort.
So we're let us know when we're gonna start moving and
Okay, so do you want to wait until we're at marker,
yeah.
bottom marker, and then
And
I'll get set up? and then
from mark D to K in a straight line. From where we are right now, just a straight line to marker K. And very slow and low.
So you can mark that we're seeing some stolen efferents. That's that white stuff. That's not that ledge. We're seeing phosphorus.
We're doing the transect.
The crinoid. Obviously lots of octopus.
Bueno, ya terminamos en este sitio y nos vamos a mover hacia otro sitio llamado K, que fue estudiado hace casi una década, a donde se espera ver también mucha actividad.
Really large sponge.
Y aquí vemos la cantidad de pulpos, esponjas, una muy grande en primer plano. So now we're moving from the side we were to another site about 20-25 meters away. At a slow speed, we're recording everything we see to quantify what's there. So we have an idea of how many octopus, sponges, different types of sponges, octocorals that we see on our way. Here we're seeing an octocoral and several types of sponges. And to the left, we're seeing chiton, which is a type of mollusk. Ahí estamos viendo un quitón, que es un tipo de molusco.
There's lots of sponges coming into view here.
Un octocoral muy grande, very large octocoral, and lots of glass sponges.
So in the geology observation, you might want to record that it's like very steep terrain.
So yeah, we should be approximately at high tide at the moment.
Okay, that explains why we're not seeing venting.
That's the information that we're looking at right now. Hydro tide, roughly 2.5 meters, and low tide will be around 2000, 0.3 meters.
Okay.
Okay.
Awesome, appreciate the information.
Thank you.
No worries.
Yeah, thanks, Bridge. Wow, that's a big one. That octopus.
We saw one that was like that, looked like a
So
male,
there's
but
some
then.
former dive weights from our previous expeditions here.
Yes, yes, that's the,
They slowly rust.
so that we marked as pathogenic.
Yeah, we could. So that would be something to mark. Yeah, exactly. You're on it. This is more than I remember seeing before.
That's what I was asking, because
Yeah.
from the images from before,
Yeah.
it didn't seem
And
that
like we're
dense.
not even at Marker K yet, and that was the most dense spot. It might be worth pausing here for a moment, since there's so many octopus right here, so that we can zoom in and see if we see any evidence of shimmering water. Is that okay?
Yeah, sure.
I'll wait till you get settled.
You
Yeah?
can
Okay.
go for it. Go for Zoom, it's fine.
Still learning this joystick.
You want to sit here?
Oh, no, only if I'm in your way. There we go, shimmering. Right in there.
Yeah, sure is. Just to the right a little bit, it's a little bit more. Yeah, right
Mm-hmm.
there.
Hey there, buddy.
It's beautiful anemone.
Okay, so we can at least get some shimmering even at high tide. I'm sorry, I don't know your name yet, pilot.
Mike.
Hi. How easy do you think it would be to set down without sitting on any of these octopods
Yeah.
and trying to get a temperature measurement with the high T probe?
Yeah, we can do that.
So you can record this at this Transect. Yeah, since we're stopping to do something.
Hey, Mike, looks like we got some stuff here close to the probe, maybe
Oh.
heading a little bit.
I was gonna come around and sort of
Perfect, yes.
set this way anyway.
Yeah,
Make
that's,
sure.
thanks for keeping an eye on that.
What's the question regarding high tide? Could that influence things here?
Yeah, so when you have high tide, you have more water over the site, and so it exudes slightly more pressure, and that can potentially reduce the ability for water to leak out of the seafloor. So we observed that in 2013, 2014, that sometimes the venting seemed to be more or less rigorous, and it seemed to have kind of a tidal
Maybe it's a
cycle.
little bit higher.
But honestly, I think if we see a shimmer, we're gonna see it in a lot of these crevices, so probably just leave where it's convenient to settle,
Yeah.
and then we'll just look around. And if we don't find it, we'll move.
This is way, way more than I remember seeing before. Way, way more.
Way
This is
more.
more like Davidson seamount density.
Uh-huh.
A little bit like in there is probably where we see some. Inside there as well.
And the amount of organisms on the rocks is impressive.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm
Are
not sure
you-
what that is.
This? Probably an octopus. I think it's an anemone.
Anemone.
Yeah,
Whoa.
beautiful. Uh-huh.
We got some shrimp hanging out down there under that ledge.
Uh-huh.
That would maybe be something good to try to get a slurp sample of. Maybe not here, but somewhere.
Mm-hmm. But we got a shrimp with the eggs.
Oh, you did? Okay.
Yeah.
We're missing the shrimps, Emily.
Nice.
Emma, we're missing the shrimps. The orange one.
All right.
Still looking for shimmer, huh?
Are you guys set down where?
Yeah, we're shopping now, yeah.
Okay. Do you want to maybe get out the high T probe so that if we jostle around, we're already in place? Once you've got it out, then we'll find a spot.
There was one individual I saw amongst others that was very vibrant. Yeah. Is that like
So, okay, now that I'm seeing the squeezers, I realize that none of them fired correctly.
Oh, yeah. One misfired, and the other one didn't go.
Misfired, like you picked it up and it started going.
Diva was in charge at that moment.
Okay,
I'm not sure exactly what happened.
okay. Well, so that means we can maybe try with the misfired one, or the one that didn't fire might still work. Okay, let's find some shimmer.
So there's some shimmer back in there.
Yeah,
A little bit.
finding where it's coming from will be a little tricky, but yeah, it seems like it's right under where that octopus has its web out, I'm guessing. So if we want to try to, kind of get behind that little lobe where the octopus is and just see what we get. And where can we see the temperature readout?
Yeah, we just got one just now. Yeah.
Wonderful, thank you.
Have you seen something like that before?
No, I haven't seen that species before. I don't know what it is. All right, so it's getting a little bit warmer. Oh, hello.
Oh,
Just coming to visit.
Shell. Okay. Carl, but there's too many Carls in there. Double check.
Got it. No problem. I'm back.
Either one is
Yeah. This is great. If we could also maybe try to twist them in, like, away from us a little bit so the code goes down a little bit. I wonder if the flow is coming not as.
then 2.6, 2.7, 2.9. Okay, okay.
Stabilize there.
Do you mind?
2.2.
I think 3.2 is the highest I've seen.
Yeah.
Okay, can you go ahead and log 3.2?
Probably one there.
Yeah, I'm not seeing much shimmering right in that little pocket either. So that makes sense. What about over? I'm wondering if it's coming out from where this wiggling octopus is. Because when you zoom in there, you kind of see that there's some shimmering. So kind of to the right of where your first measurement was. Excuse us, octopus. Yeah.
Taking temperature.
Okay. Yeah, let's hold there and see if can you record that like where the octopus is at just because that's not a good shot. I'm doing it in grab up later. Yeah, not really elevated temperature there.
No.
Only 2.2. Okay. Do you want to keep going? Okay. Maybe worth just pulling the minute back, the temperature probe back and holding it, since we're going to do this again probably as we keep transiting, instead of stowing it all the way. Is that okay?
Sure, that's fine. Are you happy to move on?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Yep.
We confirmed that there is some venting, it's just not very warm where we were measuring it.
Is there anyone on science team or on some of this team that's going to be looking at microplastics at all?
Yes.
Yeah, we have collaborators that are going to be looking at microplastics. And like this too, like I don't remember seeing this many sponge before.
Excellent. Yeah, there was a question over on Facebook about whether or not the sediment was going to get tested for the presence of microplastics.
Yeah.
And it looks like, yeah, there is going to be some work from the sediments team in that regard.
Science chem? Or is that just because we're too far away?
We're quite far away. I'm just
Okay,
trying to get
that's fine.
back to this marker and we can start. We're not that bit closer.
Okay, that's fine. Our video annotation team is going to have their work cut out for them with this high density of corals and sponges and octopus
A lot to count.
and crustaceans and stoloniferans. This is really incredible.
Wow, that's I wonder what those are. Small crustaceans. Ooh.
I think that's us pretty much on the marker there if you'd like to start.
Uh-huh.
It's a little bit closer.
I move to K. Okay, let me know when.
Yeah, better move off if you are.
Okay.
Just have to try and estimate the we're at waypoint separation from the seabed.
He was lining up with waypoint marker D at waypoint 2. So we're not at marker D yet.
And we have the lasers on this.
So now the lasers are on. You can see the 10 centimeter distance.
Mm-hmm.
Really shows you how tiny those octopus are.
Here we're looking at sponges, octocorals, octopus. That looks like a crinoid. Lots of other little creatures there. Aquí vamos haciendo un transecto, vamos despacio filmando con los rayos láser que están separados 10 centímetros uno del otro. Eso nos permite saber el tamaño de lo que estamos viendo. Y aquí lo que vemos son esponjas, los pulpos, estrellas frágiles sobre una de las esponjas. Y muchas esponjas de vidrios, muchos grupos de especies diferentes de octocorales. Anémonas.
Just so they can see that we're climbing up to this little ledge.
Ujú. Y otro tipo de anémona de tubo. It's a tube worm. And more species of glass sponges and octocorals. Is this?
I don't know, maybe a tourniquet?
Okay. Estos videos después se analizan y se cuantifica lo que estamos viendo para poder comparar con otras regiones y otras partes de aquí dentro del país, Costa Rica o fuera de. With these transects we can quantify how many there are per different species per square meter compared to other sites in Costa Rica or other parts of the world.
Just working our way uphill.
Vemos organismo verde del lado izquierdo, eso probablemente sea un coral negro. And we're seeing a little crinoid on top of the sponges. Ese octocoral que vemos en el primer plano debe medir 1 metro o algo así. Aquí encontramos una especie diferente de esponja. There's this different species of sponge of what we've been looking at. See a shrimp swimming by.
Sends are fermentively softened as well. Yeah, they're just in basis to raw person.
Podemos notar la diferencia conforme nos desplazamos. Aquí ya no vemos pulpos, probablemente aquí no está saliendo agua caliente y no vemos los pulpos, y nos estamos moviendo a un lugar a donde en años anteriores vieron muchos pulpos. Pero aún así vemos muchos organismos. So we don't see the octopus here. There's no warm water coming up. But still we see a lot of other different species growing on the rocks or swimming by. There's a question here if the high tides, because of the pressure, affect the metabolism of the fauna, but it probably doesn't. It's the difference is not that much, but it's enough to apparently slow down the flow, the heat flow.
Whenever there are sediment collection. That's how it's about 78. Happy to play keep them close to the center. So these rocks, these will be pretty. Yeah, just weathers. You probably don't need that whole next one. These rocks are really weathered, so the
We don't need that. I don't think we'll need that yet. So we'll clean out the bio rock, put in our extraction box, use that chisel to probably break off the rust, and then transfer that on to the
Yeah, just keep them around 70. That's perfect. Start there, make sure they're not exactly.
I mean, it'd be good, yeah, exactly. That's all I'm supposed to say.
Ya llegamos a otro sitio con muchos pulpos, y en primer plano lo que vemos es una esponja, una anémona de tubo, un seriatúlido. Here we're seeing a large tube worm, very large, that's 10 centimeters across, with the laser beam. Here's maybe like half a meter across. See if we can take some image of the.
you see shimmering coming off this,
Yeah.
and you want the lasers on or the lasers off? Stop the transect.
Yeah, with laser and without laser. That's so much. those little shrimp getting in the way. That's too bad.
Whoa, look at those
Look at that.
octopus. There's marker W. Okay, great.
Yeah, huh?
We're very close.
There's,
Where's W? Where's K?
oh,
Yeah, there's more markers down here than what I gave us coordinates for because.
okay.
Oh my gosh, there's an Osmo sampler down here. What? Jeff! We have something to recover. We'll have to do that on a different dive. Can you
How,
record
how,
that,
how
please?
large is that? Because they're,
The milk crate is a milk crate, so we don't have real estate to put it on. We'll get it on a different dive.
okay. The milk crate only has the scoop.
Right, but it can't. It's the same size as that milk crate. It can't go in it.
Ah, okay. You cannot go.
No, it's exactly the same footprint.
Okay.
It's a 4-gallon milk crate with stuff hanging off of it.
So what do you want to do? Go a bit further up and look at this markers, or
Yeah. We're looking for another marker that looks like what we just saw, called marker K.
okay,
That's like the
Should
primo
be
spot, but we're very close.
behind us maybe.
Yeah, we could maybe pick up off bottom and like do a 360 to see if we see it.
It's right there.
Oh, there it is. Yeah, it's
K.
right in front of
yeah,
us.
yeah.
Yeah, so clearly this part right below us is where the octopus are very excited, so maybe that's where the most shimmering is. So we can maybe
Come down
like
towards-
come down a little bit and let's just slowly interrogate and see if we see shimmering.
Well, I think you could frame it so it's.
Okay.
It's amazing that it's been there almost 10 years. and
Almost
it's
10 years.
so clean.
It's like umbilical.
Yeah, we'll have a look at it in a minute. Oh my gosh, there's so many. Oh, there's another one. Jeff, what are you doing to me? Okay, well, I'm glad I have all the equipment for processing those.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, this is a great place to start. Actually, we can interrogate right around this box.
Yeah.
The end should be like where the temperature was highest last time, so that's going to give us a good indication if the octopus haven't moved it.
Okay, so the end should be in there.
Yeah, so let's.
In this.
You can see that there's a temperature probe. I'm sorry for those watching. You see that temperature probe right there? So we'll want to pick that up. It looks like it's become detached from the other part of the cable. So you see how the octopus has the tubing like going around it and then under. That both of those things were attached together. When we deployed this, looks like the octopus is maybe pulled off the tape, pulled off the rope. So the end of it is right down in there with those octopus. So yeah, if we want to maybe just sit down here and see if there's still any venting over here, we'll do that. I'll let you get set up. Yep. I'm gonna go grab my notebook.
Probably just gonna store this in a box since we're gonna grab it. Yeah.
Here.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that sounds great. So, hello everybody. I'm taking the hot seat from Jorge, even though I've been talking over his shoulder for a little bit here. I'm Beth Workut. I am one of the co-lead scientists of this expedition. And I'm going to try to get this in better position here.
Probe and pick it up first, right? And then,
Let's think about this for a moment. Do we have somewhere to put that if we pick it up? There, it won't get washed out. Can I see the map of where stuff is? Okay, we're going to sacrifice one of the coral quivers to pick up this temperature probe so that we don't run the risk of losing it on the recovery.
we need to open one of those first.
Okay.
Start with one. I think this is one here.
So one is already has something in it, so we'll go to number 2, please. Sorry, number 3.
Yeah, I see.
So as you heard, we currently have Beth over in the science seat. In the rest of your front row, we've got Mike on as pilot, Chill right now, operating as co-pilot and doing a great job with that manip again. And my name is Alex. I'm the multimedia technician for this expedition. So I'm the one kind of making sure it's going out to YouTube and Facebook. And I do encourage anyone in our audience to be typing in questions. We do try to get to those, and we love the interaction and allowing people to kind of peer over our shoulders as deep sea science is happening live.
So that shimmering you're seeing is those little buckets were filled with distilled water before we deployed the vehicle, and as that comes out, it's less buoyant than salty, cold seawater, and so you're seeing that fresh water get replaced. So what is this stuff that we're looking at the seafloor? When we were here in 2014, we put down some experiments called osmo samplers to get a record of the chemistry of this region. And also attached to that intake for the osmo sampler was a tiny temperature probe. And it looks like the temperature probe, which is this little silver piece that we're picking up with a manipulator, became detached from the intake. No, that I was wrong. That was the T-handle. Okay, this is fine. What I would like to do is, let's go ahead and keep picking up this T-handle, and we'll try to put the whole tubing back into the milk crate off to our left, and then when we come and pick it up later, it'll be ready.
Okay, so you just want to coil this.
Exactly. Before we do that, I'd like to get some close-ups of that egg sac, if you don't mind holding that, and I'll zoom in on it. Yeah, I see that. Is there a way to bring the lights down just a little bit? I'm not sure how to do that.
Yeah, I got you.
Is that something I can control over here?
Not really.
Okay.
I got it.
What?
I got it.
Okay, so these, I'm not seeing much indication of baby octopus in these. Janet, is Janet here?
No,
Yeah.
I'm not seeing that, but
Okay.
maybe just the tiniest bit on the upper right one.
Okay. So that's helpful for us once we, these eggs will be opportunistically recovered with the osmo sampler. So it helps us give an indication of what they were like on the seafloor. So, Chill, I will let you figure out how you think it's best to maybe move this out if you want to get a different grip on it, if you want to just go ahead and try to get it in there.
Instead of messing up with it.
Yeah, possibly. Can we pick this up a little bit, see if this might be manageable? there. It's,
I'll come up and over a little bit.
they're all like just coil it up.
Yeah.
So this is probably called black osmo sampler at marker R.
See if I can edge this.
Guys, when you pick up the milk crate, there's a chance there'll be eggs attached to it.
We're not going to pick it up on this dive because we weren't planning on recovering it because I didn't know it was here.
Yeah, just flow up and just move.
We'll pick it up on a different dive.
Great.
Let's see if I can just guide it into the front. Oh, we're not recovering this.
We're not recovering it.
Oh, shit.
Oh. It's okay. Yeah, I thought we were going to recover. I thought it was a free temperature probe sitting on the seafloor. We're not doing that. So we'll close the coral quiver again, and it'll be ready for somebody to use.
You got somebody
There
tagging
you go,
along
man.
there.
Grabbed onto your lander.
Just nice and slow, let go.
So in the, can't really see it so well in the science cam, which I think we're broadcasting live, but in the brow cam, we can see into the milk crate. And oh, there's a little baby octopus that just hatched off to our left.
Three,
Wow, look at that.
suction sample.
We don't have it with us right now in the manipulator. Ooh, my video skills are not as good as the pilot's. Wow, look at that. Oops, sorry. Poor driver here. Okay, that's about as good as I can get on the fly. Yeah, you got a picture of that swimming? Great. This is probably okay for now. I don't think we need to put all of the cabling in there because when we come back to get it and we like pick up the bridle, it'll come with us. So I think this is good. We'll just have to be careful when we're poking around here with a T-probe. So if you want to get set up again and
Try to get this guy on the side opportunity to
Uh,
get off.
yeah, that's right. Looks like he's at least moved over to the push cores. Wow, look at that egg sac. So we can see that shrimp are coming up to this egg sac that's exposed right in front of the manipulator. Where do you see a baby coming out?
That's amazing. Can we zoom in on that egg sac for just a minute?
I'm-
and then get a frame grab so we can count?
Yeah, sorry, where are we on this one? So,
Which one are you referring to, Janet? This one down here?
Yeah. Should have already had it. It's a video
I can see the eyes.
Yeah, so we can see that these eggs have baby octopus in them. Some of them still look pretty clear at the base. This is a pretty exceptional thing to be able to witness. Oops, sorry.
Probably,
Just
I think the eggs have, one of the eggs at least has to be broken. and that unleashes the pumpkins.
What are the chances of collecting these?
We've got more, we'll have more, because of our sample is not there.
It's just that since these are already exposed and they have the developing octopus in them, it's like a well, I don't want to interfere with them. I was just thinking that since these are already exposed and going to be eaten, and they have pretty decently sized
Yep.
individuals, it would be a good opportunity.
Can you turn on the lasers, please, pilot? Mike? Can you turn on the lasers?
Yes.
Just so I can get a sense of the size.
Oh my God! Look, it just pulled the baby out.
Look to the right. To the right, right here.
See that?
Yep.
Wow.
You know, here, there aren't any eels. And there's
Oh, the octopus won. Octopus won. Wow. Sorry, you have to watch my really poor video skills here, folks.
yeah, and all the
So what? I wonder if it's too warm for the eels now. Maybe they come when the tide is high.
it's easier to see shimmer.
Yeah. Maybe it's too warm for them.
It's not that warm.
Okay.
And the tide hasn't changed appreciably in half an hour. Okay, so back to the question at hand. Can we collect this? I'm wondering if this rock is pick upable. I don't think so. It's too big. So our only options are to try to scrape or to slurp. Have we tried slurping?
We tried slurping, and I don't think it worked very well.
So again, we are collecting specimens on this particular cruise. And earlier we did collect a couple adults as well as some eggs. It sounds like the scientists right now are discussing collecting some of these exposed eggs here. As you can see, being exposed, they're pretty susceptible to predators.
Okay. Okay. So let's set up for that, please. Okay, do you want to sit back down?
That's beautiful.
Yeah. I mean, I wasn't.
So that one that was just free swimming came out of these.
The shrimp pulled it out of
Yeah, so these are a really good opportunity to get like essentially yeah. And if they come out of their egg sacs and this Slurpee that's on them.
Yeah.
So the next one here, it's already set up.
Look, they're still pulling them out. They're significantly smaller than the other babies we saw. That's right.
What was the temperature?
We haven't measured it yet.
Oh, okay,
So we
okay.
were gonna move the Osmo sampler so we could get in there, and then we realized this egg sac is exposed, so now we change
Oh.
our
Ah,
operational plan.
that's why.
Yeah, so we haven't
The
yet done a
activity.
temperature measurement.
You could see there.
Yeah, there's another baby octopus there. I'll zoom in while they're getting the slurp chamber sampler ready. You can see the two shrimp fighting each other also. So yeah, wow.
Let's see.
Little baby
There-
octopus swimming and one walking.
And one, the larger one is orange.
What slurps do we have open?
We're lined
Just-
up with
just
number
one.
8 right now, which
Yeah,
the only one we've used
is number one.
is number 1.
Okay.
All right, so they are preparing to collect these eggs, at least what they can of them. Again, it's unpleasant, but this species has not really been able to be studied up close. Obviously, with our ROV, we can get all sorts of photographic samples, but physical samples are very important in understanding these species.
So are we lined up for going in 8?
We are.
Okay.
We may need to fine tune adjustments again. Oh yeah, we got, so we're lined up.
So we're using a device called a suction sampler that is used to pull these eggs back into a chamber off to the starboard side. Yeah. Wow, this is really great.
This is great.
This is 8.
8.
It's going into slurp chamber 8. Yeah, you can see it there.
Oh.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
So this is actually a pretty unprecedented opportunity for us to get a very early developmental stage of a deep sea octopus. This is incredibly rare. When we visited the site in 2014 and 2013, we saw no evidence of embryonic octopus. So the fact that we're seeing this is a really exciting development for understanding octopus biology.
We can also study the antimicrobial properties on the coverings of the eggs.
Yeah,
that
there's so
are
many
deposited
things we
by
can
the
study, yeah.
mothers.
Que estamos recolectando huevos y se puede ver que ya están desarrollados
Yeah, that's fine.
los pulpos. Ahí se ven los ojos de los pulpos en diferentes estadios. Va a ser una oportunidad única para estudiar estos pulpos en ese estadio y todos los microorganismos asociados a ellos. Cuando se visitó este sitio hace 10 años, no parecía que no había pulpos en los sacos de huevos, pero ahora sí se ven.
So there's still some viable little babies there in the site. We see another octopus coming out of an egg sac off to our left. So there's still some happy baby octopus here.
Ahí vemos sí, los bebés de pulpo saliendo.
So is there any, I didn't see any shimmering where we
No,
just were.
Not like in
Yeah,
other
not in
places.
shimmer, no, not at all. So I still, yeah, I mean, you can see the shimmer up there, even from here.
Oh, yeah.
So we should definitely go probe this area with a temperature probe.
Mm-hmm.
K is about this one's R, right?
Yeah, we'll
Yeah, this
move
is our-
around here.
Yeah, so our original plan to try to get that temperature measured, you can see that shimmering.
Yeah, so you want to get our temperature probe in.
Yeah.
There's
Yeah, we'll probably try a couple different spots, because it's not easy to know exactly where it's coming out. Sky was like beyond what I was expecting.
Yeah, here, let's see.
All right, so let's
Pretty,
see,
pretty.
zoom in on this and see where we think
Like-
it's mostly coming out from.
Here, up there.
It look,
Oh, yeah.
I think it's mostly coming out from down here.
Uh-huh.
So, where I have the lasers, kind of in that area down there, if we want to maybe try to get in that spot first, behind that octopus that's hanging on the cabling for the Osmo sampler. Can you get a frame grab of that? Can you get a frame grab of that before he gets in there? I don't know.
Did you get it?
Yeah.
Do we have the temperature up there, please? Go.
Sweep up the sun in the back wall there.
Okay. Maybe over to the left a little bit.
Left, right,
We're starting to see the temperature climb.
Mm-hmm.
Rapidly.
Uh-huh.
5.27 was the max I've seen so far. Yeah, temperature's climbing, whatever you're doing is good.
yeah, just holding it.
Alright, going back down again. I saw 8.36 was the max I saw. Anybody see anything higher?
I saw 8 something, but I haven't been able to look at this.
Okay, go ahead and log 8.36, please, Rob.
8.26 or 8.6?
8.36 is what I saw.
Okay. We pull out these boxes. If it's not very damaged, we'll collect the little hydroids. See, they're attached here.
Oh, yeah,
So
when we pull that out.
yeah, when we pull that out,
Yeah,
so it's not just clean them. We'll go and pick that out.
$7.91. Does the high temperature probe temperature data show up on Grafana? Will people be watching at home what the temperature is? Okay. All right, where else should we query?
Let me see if I can find it. It's not on our dashboard though.
Any other spot that looks good to try to stick that in? I also don't want to disturb the octopus too much.
That's far right there. Right here. Yeah.
Where are you pointing?
Right. Right in there seemed to be kind of a tough spot to me when you were zoomed in.
Uh-huh.
Underneath the milk crates?
Yeah.
Okay.
What do you think?
Couldn't hurt. Yeah, we could try it.
It's not.
Slightly warm, but not really so far.
saw earlier.
I'm not seeing it get much more above 2.8.
Up in,
Yeah, it looks like there's some flow. I'm wondering if it's coming out from this octopus that's behind the, that my, just had my lasers on. This octopus, if we could maybe try to get under it,
Under him?
the one down below. But yeah, this is fine. We can maybe start there and then work our way down. I think the shimmering is in front of what we're looking at here.
right, right,
But it's the one
Yeah.
that my lasers are on is the one I was talking
yeah,
about. Right behind the coil.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it seems there's a crack back there, so if we could try to just see, we're already seeing it's 5.27 and we're not even that far in.
Ooh,
So it seems it's getting colder as you go left.
mm-hmm.
Alright, it's above 5. Let's hold it here and see if it, what it levels out at. Oh, wonderful. Okay. And what is it? Something that can go online. So there's just something. Yeah, we can look it up.
7,
Okay, no. Thanks. 7.91. That's ooh, yeah.
Eight.
We're getting more. So for our viewers at home, we're going to work on trying to make this high temperature probe temperature data available. So right now you're just going to have to listen to us count up what we see.
It's about 8.2.
yeah. That was the highest I saw.
Okay, we can go ahead and record that temperature, 8.2.
We're looking for above 10 for this, so
Okay, we're gonna try to blow this back.
Nine point eight,
10,
10.1.
10.
Oh, yeah. 10.8, 10.9.
11.
Oh, yeah. 12. That's about the max that we saw last time.
12 degrees.
looks like the max on that one was 12.0. Yeah, so, yeah, I wanna try again with the one that didn't fire.
Okay.
So.
I don't know which one was that.
I think we can go ahead and stow the temperature probe.
Okay.
Chill.
You want to sit here?
Sure.
Let me get my coffee.
Fortunately.
Okay. Do we remember which one of those did
So
fire?
the one closest to you just now was the last one that just did. Was that the one that didn't fire? The
Yeah,
second one?
yeah. The one closest to manipulator on the starboard side hasn't fired yet. You see the pin is not out. Before we pick it up, so I'm not sure if you guys used this on the previous cruise with Scott. Yeah. So on my prior experiences with other ROVs, there was a suggestion to like always bring the grip strength down while you're handling them, so as not to misfire that trigger until you're ready. I don't know if we have the capability to do that. Okay.
As such. We can do it tiny adjustments.
Yeah.
until It's
Okay.
You see the little rubbery part on there? We'll try to grab it with that and just, you can watch the squeeze, that way it's minimal, and as soon as I feel like I have it, then that's it. I won't grab any harder until we're ready, and then I'll switch.
Yep.
obviously.
Okay.
But
Also.
I'll hand this off to the other manipulator.
Okay.
I'm trying to grab it in here, I'm afraid we might accidentally fire it.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. And I realized that we also left the tube extension on the end, so like we got to really like shove it in where we try to sample it.
Okay.
Otherwise, it would have had a nice little nozzle.
Let me just move the porch out a little bit more. We're going to move the other arm. Get it in the gap. You know what I mean?
It looks like I need to put some lids on. We took 3 off. I forgot
We
about
did take the lid off 3.
that. We also have lid off 8 right now.
Oh, it might have got
I don't
knocked
know where
off.
it is. There it is, I see it.
That's the instrument you want to pull out.
The one on the side that doesn't have the pin
the
out.
one on that's like the syringe you mentioned.
Yeah, it's a spring activated syringe. So they squeeze that white part. It triggers a spring to pull the piston back. Hi, Adam.
Hey, all right.
Never better. While we're doing this, we could actually fix the biobox solution. Go to biology sample and to the end. Go down to the section about location. Short location break. Bring up Jordan. No, it hasn't been fired.
This is the
I'm gonna just add
Hey, Beth.
Just watch that box. Yeah.
Does it have a, I don't think it has compartments, I think it's just firebox three.
Oh, they put two just
Totally clear right there.
Yeah, that's
That's fine.
Oh,
The
okay.
location was just one location,
Oh, got it.
so that's just firebox three.
That's what you were saying earlier.
Yeah, if you go over there between.
And I don't even think it has an advertisement.
I'm watching the camera here. You can,
And then scroll down the bottom.
Just hold
and
that.
hit that date.
Get you close
And
that.
then,
Just move the down.
and then go back to the science tab, then go back to the biology sample tab. You should now see that we've got Yep. Yeah.
That's not what I wanted.
good view, so. Let me angle it up. Okay.
Unfortunately, I didn't do that on.
Where are you going? Just in the
I'm
bucket?
going. I'm going to try to get deep into there and fire it. Okay.
Yeah, so exactly, right, kind of down where that hot measurement was. So this device is designed by our colleague, Dr. Jeff Wheat, who is, I believe, a research professor at the University of Alaska Fairbanks, although he's based in California. The machine shop at the Monterey Bay Aquarium Research Institute built this device for us.
Need more reach, because I don't have my.
I can find it. Do we,
Yeah.
What this device is essentially a very large syringe. You can see on the left-hand side of the device 2 metal plates. Those basically act as a plunger inside a glass container. the part the manipulator is holding is a spring-activated plunger. So once we squeeze on that, it triggers the spring to push the trigger back and pull that plate and collect the water. So part of the purpose of collecting this sample, well, actually there's multiple purposes for collecting this water sample. Right from where we see this higher temperature fluid flow. Part of that is so we can understand the chemistry of the water that's venting. We know from prior expeditions that this water that's about 12 degrees C is low in oxygen, although it still has oxygen in it, about 55. Are you ready to try to trigger that?
I just tried.
Okay, so you're trying to grip on it and
I'm
it's,
squeezing as much as I can.
okay.
Relax a little bit.
Yeah.
Squeeze again.
Have we tried this with the interlacing?
Yeah. We tried this
Mesh?
24 times. We could
Yeah.
fire.
Okay. All right. We'll have to investigate that one when it comes back on board and see what's going wrong.
Yeah, Portugal. No.
We're getting here.
I think you want. I think we should deploy his exposure experiments here. I'm just trying to figure out if we should move the osmo sampler first. Before we do that. Yeah, do you mind checking and see if he's in the lab? Gus Ramirez, if you're listening on the audio, if you want to come in here. Hey, Gus. Yeah, you did. So
Enough
I think
shimmering here?
this is a good spot to put your exposure experiments.
Yeah.
But I'm wondering if we should maybe move the milk crate out before we put them down.
Move the what?
The milk crate.
Yeah.
Or if we go ahead and put your stuff down, and then if we need to readjust them tomorrow, we can.
That's fine too.
Yeah, I
let's
think that's
just-
less
Let's just drop in here.
disturbance. Yeah.
I'll be happy regardless.
Okay, so also, I'm trying to think about getting a rock sample where we put
Yeah.
your colonization experiments. And so we probably should pull out your stuff, put it down, get a rock, put it in the box, and then move your stuff into position.
Sounds good.
Does that sound
Yeah,
good?
I like that.
Okay.
I'm gonna ring my alarm.
All right, you want me to walk you through what we want to do here, Adam?
Yes.
Okay, so our goal is to deploy the stuff that's in the forward bio box.
Yep.
There's 5 colonization experiments,
Okay.
but we need to do this in a particular order because we also want to get a rock sample where we're going to put those. So what I'm thinking of doing is grabbing those and kind of putting them off to the side somewhere on this exposure of rock. Then trying to get a rock sample maybe with the port manip, if that makes sense. Put it in the bio box, close it, and then move the colonization experiments where we were.
Are you, you want to do in this exact area, right?
In this kind of region where we're seeing the
Right.
flow.
So I'm just looking at rocks that will be able to fit, and probably maybe a couple of these, the rest are quite large.
Yeah.
We got some smaller stuff up here.
Well, we want to get it where we see the venting.
Where the venting out?
Yeah, so maybe
So yeah, those guys in there.
either this. I'm not sure if we can pick up any of that or if it's attached.
We'll try. Sure.
But yeah, maybe try with that one first.
Maybe set the experiments kind of back up on that ledge there.
Exactly. Just kind of get them out of the way so we don't crush them.
Yeah, because they're weighted pretty heavily.
Yeah, each one is 5 pounds. And there's 5 in there.
Which one do you want to get them over? I think this one.
Keep an eye on this camera, so like, if I was to shoulder out too much, I can totally just crush all this stuff on the board, just to make sure I'm not like that and stuff, because I ain't losing focus. I'm watching these things.
Okay, Bob, one.
Gus, is that marker free or is it attached to something?
Marker is free.
Okay.
So it's a 6 weight. And you'll find them
I'm just wondering if we don't need to deploy
That's
it.
fine. Yeah.
So what we're pulling out of this forward bio box are what are colonization experiments for studying microbes that grow on rocks. Each one of those little canisters is filled with sterilized rock materials that were prepared by Dr. Gustavo Ramirez from the Cal State Los Angeles. Different types of minerals in each one. Some of them are relatively young basalts that were collected on the East Pacific Rise by our colleague Dan Fernari and others who do research there. Older basalts that had previously been collected from the Dorado Outcrop on our prior expeditions that have been cleaned up and re-sterilized, as well as some other target very specific minerals like rhodochrosite. What else do you have in there, Gus? What other minerals do you have in there? So our idea is to deploy these on this expedition, and we'll come back in December to recover them and see which microbes are the first ones to colonize freshly exposed rocks. And we'll compare that to the microbial communities that live on the rocks that we're going to be collecting. Oh, this is perfect. So we've got 1, 2, 3 out, the other 2 out. We do not need to pull out that marker that's in the bio box. All right. Yeah, we are. Right before you do that, I just want to see if there is any shimmering over here and if we can save ourselves effort by trying to get this rock. Yeah, I'm not really seeing much shimmering here. Maybe a little bit, but not very vigorous. Yeah. So okay, yeah, let's try to see if we can pick up any of these rocks over here and get them in that either side of that bio box. So for folks that were watching earlier when we were coming up this outcrop and you maybe saw those lumpy nodule type things on the slopes, those manganese crusts are probably very friable, break very easily, whereas you see that these rocks also have manganese alteration on them, but it seems to be a bit smoother. Oops. What was that a timer for? No. Yeah.
Backside of it.
Wait, the map.
Yeah. Yeah, I need,
Yeah.
you know what I mean?
Yeah, just put your arm up there. What I'll do is portion a little bit so that you have maneuverability in between. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's 3 now.
Watch your shoulder. Sorry, okay, go ahead.
I'll just put it right up there. That's just the spot, right? Perch ever so gently.
Adam,
Yes.
if we want to be up at 7 p.m., what time would we come off bottom?
Probably about 4:30.
Okay.
Window checking. So just straight over there.
Yeah.
It's just a big boulder.
That's holding up. Yeah, yeah, on that guy.
Super close. It's just
I just push against it.
This is one of those. Infinite disrespect, so it's mistakes.
Oh, yeah, there we go. Oh,
Broke. I'm sure you want a bigger piece of that.
yeah, that would be
You want
ideal.
that piece as well?
It's probably not useful with a small piece like that, so you can go ahead and let it out of the manips.
Sorry.
Oops. Okay, well, that was another opportunistic sample here. Before we put it in there, yeah,
Get porch out.
Yeah, good.
The only thing is, you may not be able, well, you can, I guess you can come up tap the,
If you can just porch underneath me, and I won't re-index it. So I'm afraid that ever some stuff goes to that box.
that's why I full reach it. And 5 ounce of milk, sorry.
okay.
I'm just worried about the jaw opening.
Just keep coming over. It didn't land its feet.
Perfect.
Before you drop it, can I just zoom in real quick on those eggs? Whoa, that went faster than I thought. So these eggs don't look as developed as some of the others that we've collected so far. You can see that green cement, that's what it holds those egg sacs on. Okay, thank you so much for that pause. You can go ahead and stow that. So this is a rock sample for microbiology because it's going in the bio box.
Oh, yeah.
Is it just my imagination, or did we knock the divider? Okay. Okay.
That's okay, we can sneak it into A there too.
Okay.
Do you want another rock sample there?
Let me think about what I want to do real quick, recognizing the time and not wanting to compromise our recovery time. What is our priority here?
Yeah, so when I close stuff, I don't talk about it, but.
Yeah, so we're good here. We've got one rock sample inventing. Let's go ahead and try to put those colonization experiments over by where we recovered that rock and where we think the venting is. And then we'll go do something else.
Course coming in?
Do you have any questions about that sample? Recorded?
I just thought.
Perfect. Yeah, great.
It's from microbiology.
Yeah,
It's in 18 minutes.
perfect. You got it.
Is it possible to collect another rock for the geology?
All the rocks will also be looked at for geology by USGS.
I know what for the collection of the
Okay. Yeah, we will collect another rock in just a minute.
Are you happy to reach across with that one, or do you want to use your board? Actually, board's probably not the best because it will hit the bottom. So.
Yeah.
How long are those going to stay there?
Until December.
Is it preferable
So
for us to go?
we're not going to be able to complete everything in the dive because of how time it is. So what I'm thinking is just try to prioritize getting a couple more samples around here, and maybe try and get a couple more other animal samples. But we're not going to be able to do the Transect A on this dive
Oh, yeah, move to the other way. Okay.
because we need to be off bottom around 4:30. So I think we just stay in this area.
I'm going to ask Lola if she's especially interested in, because there's a whole bunch of octopus like that.
Yeah.
Shouldn't be that cluster, just a little bit.
I'm going to ask her if she's interested in that.
Okay.
If not, if we saw a very strange anemone.
The tube anemone.
Yeah,
The purple one?
the tube anemone, but those probably hard to collect because they go very deep. But another one that was like a steak.
Oh, the one that we saw down a little further south,
Yeah.
or a little further
So we
deeper.
see something like that,
Okay.
or some of the glass sponges.
Yep. I thought about getting a glass sponge piece of the coil clipper.
But I'll ask her about.
Oh, Gus, you want them over there?
I know, I want them wherever they're shimmering.
Okay, yeah, so we want to put them back where we got the rock sample. So these deployments that we're making right now, our intention is to recover them in December when we have our second Octopus Odyssey expedition.
I was just saying a little bit of space between them would be ideal, as long as they're not that clustery, they're literally touching. It's gonna be okay. So I'm sure that the mild steel is gonna be leaching quite a bit.
Yeah, that's going to be really hard to do
Yeah,
in
I
a
know, I
little
understand that
crevice.
we're limited. Yeah.
And again, we're probably going to replace these tomorrow when we pick up that milk crate.
Yeah.
So I think it's okay to just kind of get them in position.
Fair enough,
You happy with that?
That works.
We may have to shift left here, because I'm already as far.
So, I was just gonna bump over a little bit. Do you want to grasp all of them in this position here, so you already have them gripped, and then when I bump over, you can, or do we just pop over? It's easier.
So the rock sample that we collected, again, will be investigated for the microbial communities that live on it. A very big question for our expedition is related to the biodiversity of microbes that live on rocks, and understanding their abundance, their diversity, and also the functions that they perform, because they can be important parts of the ecosystem in these deep sea environments, as microbes that live on those rocks can perform chemosynthetic reactions that, for instance, provide a new organic carbon to the system. They might also be involved in nitrogen and metal cycling as well. So that's part of the reason we collect these rocks. We'll also be investigating their mineral content, to understand how alteration happens on these rocks, as well as the precipitation of minerals out of the water column on them. And because that rock sample also had the green cement from the attachment of octopus eggs. Oh. I think we should put that back down on the ledge, just because I think it's going to tumble from up there. Yeah, it's okay, because on the next dive, we're going to come and collect that milk crate, and we're probably going to have to reposition them a little bit anyway tomorrow. So I think it's okay. Thank you, though. Okay, I think we're going to try to collect one more rock, but it doesn't need to go in the bio box. It can go in the open rock box on the basket. And we can maybe collect it from over here on the right, that piece that it's over here with the worms attached to it. Does that sound good to you? Okay. This one here.
I know audience here. This picture's interested in that outcome.
This one here?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll try to slurp that. Slurp or try to pick it up?
This is a sea pen. This small sea pen here in the front, yes. And if you can take a piece of the other, that one.
Okay. Okay.
No, the idea could be to take it from the very base in order to try to catch the attachment.
The attachment. Yep.
Yeah. And from the other one, I think it's big, so you can take a big piece.
Can we get a glamour shot of that, please? Can we do a frame grab? So I know I said not put it in the bio box, but I changed my mind. Can we put it in that bio box? The one on the small one? It looks better than I thought. Mm-hmm.
Reddish color.
It's iron oxide staining. Yeah. If possible. Yeah, perfect. Yeah, I could tell. It did, went into air. Okay, our next plan is, you see the C pen here in the lower science cam? We want to try to pick that up with the manipulators at the base, and we're going to put it in a coral quiver. And I'm, yeah, 3 you had open before. And before we pick it up, I'd just like to get some nice close-ups of it. Are you comfortable doing that Zoom, or would you like me to do it, Adam? Okay. It's tiny.
Wait, are you comfortable for me to do it, or would you like to do it?
No. I am. Yeah. I don't want you to feel like you have to do work for me.
It's not working too weird.
That looks great. Oops. There you go. Nice save. What do we think this is?
I think it's a C-pen.
C-pen.
Octopterum, maybe the genus, but I'm
Okay.
not sure. It's very difficult to tell. Octoporals.
Yeah, octopus. Yeah. Nicely done.
There was like babies getting eaten, all kinds of stuff going on.
What is the number of the quiver?
This one is number 3.
Yeah, what?
It's on the lid.
Damn it.
To tell them the number of the
Yes, I'm gonna go on the line.
when I do that, I have to tell them the number of the quiver.
I think it was.
Yeah, so the map that he has over there, it'll have the coral, the number of the device and the number of the sample. Try to make it a little bigger like you suggested, so you can write on it. Yes. Yeah, that's what I'm aiming for. Yeah, exactly. Yep. Yeah, we won't complete our whole dive plan, but that's totally fine. This is way more than I thought we were gonna get in terms of quality. So I'm happy to spend more time doing this stuff.
Did you want to add a marker here?
No, because we're at marker A, we don't need to add any more. Oh yeah, that's fine, that's totally fine. We are, so the next thing we want to collect, to our starboard side, you can see it just briefly in the heat flow probe. There's another coral that we would like to try to break a piece off of and put in a coral quiver.
Must be amphipods, right? I mean, look, they're everywhere.
Do you see, Eva? We have babies up there.
I heard it was like carnage, babies would get me.
But they got away.
All kinds, I mean, this is nature, life in the deep sea is hard. What are the little things?
What are you talking about?
Those little flecks floating around in the water, swimming.
Oh, it's a mixture of like debris, amphipods, Yeah, it's hard to image because they're so fast.
So far we have babies, 2 adults, eggs, a nodule with an octocoral, and a bryozoa. What was the first thing we collected? The bryozoa?
The bryozoa.
I mean, I suppose. Yeah. Anything else? And we're still at W. K.
We're at WK.
KW.
Yeah.
KW.
We're gonna come off bottom around 4:30, so we won't finish the whole dive plan, but we're
The next
going
one's
like
here,
gangbusters.
right?
Yeah.
Great. I mean, this is great. The amazing piloting for the adults. That was epic.
So it's just off to the right there, eh?
Yeah, you kind of see it from the camera looking at the heat flow probe. So I bet if we just pivot to the right a little bit, we'll see it.
I'm gonna have to come off.
Yep.
Is that white one there just below our arm?
That's exactly it. Yeah. So we wanna. You wanna. Is there a particular place you'd like us to break off a piece?
I think there are many, so the most you can take, the better, because there's so many specimens on three columns, the same thing.
So if we were to take like a full branch.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Maybe a
Oh, there's one right in front of us,
many branches that have the columns,
so we can see the branch.
the branching, yes, study branches.
Is it okay if I zoom in on that, Adam?
Maybe first you can focus the
Yeah.
camera for 10 seconds or something.
Yep. So before we do any sampling, we'll get lots of close-ups of the polyps.
To see the products closer.
Oops, going the wrong way. Yeah, we'll wait till they get in position and then we'll get those close-up shots. Okay, so we'll get some close-up shots of some of these polyps. So you can see the base down there. This autofocus is really epic on this 4K camera. Okay, so Adam, our goal is to try to get a piece with a branching point, so that we can see that thing. So I'm not sure what would be the best. Well, are you going to try to do it with the same manipulator?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you want like just kind of the snip, just like you see where the spot lobster is, just
Yeah.
kind of just above the T, just that snip of that branch maybe?
Yeah, we would ideally like to get a node where the branching happens.
branching up,
I
yeah.
know that might be a little big for getting in the coral quiver.
Can we put it in a bio box? Like
We,
we could put it with the two rocks because they're not going to go anywhere. And are you worried about
I yeah, the cross contamination for the microbiome, and they'll get crushed.
Before camera, when you get a side, maybe there's one that splits closer to the tip that would fit.
Yeah, to get that whole piece. We could maybe this piece.
But we have a large file box with 2 deployments that can be deployed, and then that can go in there. Because I have 2 octopuses in the other box.
Oh, do you? Oh, okay.
These pilots are amazing, huh?
Down branches, that one's.
Yeah, that looks forward.
So you have to pull the deployments.
Yeah, well, we're already underway, so let's just wait.
Happy with that?
Yeah, if you can get, yeah, it looks like you've got a branch point, so let's try that.
Branch, yeah.
And it's free. Yeah, ideally, I prefer to try to not collect a whole animal if we can get what we need from a partial.
Does that give you what you need?
Yeah, the thing is that there are many of them. I mean, if you can collect a big chunk or a animal, it would be very, very nice.
This is one that you've seen throughout the dive?
When they dive,
Yeah.
there's so many.
Okay,
I first assess what the population, if I just see two or
yeah,
something like that,
okay.
you have to give it a little piece. But if you have many of the same family,
Yeah,
you never have this opportunity to keep animals and happy with their mood.
that's the perfect size. So Janet, the PVC traps that you have in the large bio box, would you want them where these octopus are?
They look good, yeah.
Okay,
I mean, are Gus's deployed in their final positions?
well, they'll probably get moved tomorrow, but they're out.
Okay.
Okay, so what we want to try to do, going on the fly here, so this large bio box, on the starboard side, don't open that lid because there's octopus in there. On the port side, that one can still have animals put in it. You see that there's those two PVC traps. So let's go ahead and take those out and put them where we saw, like
Back to the,
over where the octopus are.
Sure.
And then we can put animals in that spot.
okay. Are we gonna be landing back where the octopuses are, or are we gonna continue on?
We're kind of hanging in this spot. We're not going too far. Like, we don't need to put it in a ship's move or anything.
Gonna pull one out, or are they all both going similar, close proximity?
We might as well pull them both out because we don't have a lot of time left on the dive, on bottom.
I guess if you wanna just grab it now, and then I'll fly over to back over. Save some time. So this is two, right? That's right.
So, Oda, do you want to try to collect the entire animal that we just sampled? Or would you prefer to get a different one?
Possible, it could be, but it could be another covering, not the same one.
Okay.
If you have time.
We have about an hour, so yeah, we can do that.
Okay, maybe another one, because there are many of them.
Yeah, I see another one up there.
Yes, but they look smaller maybe.
Mm-hmm. Do you want any of the sponge samples?
Yes, if it is possible.
Is there a preference for which kind? Do you want the little flute, or do you want? Yeah? Okay.
They were before this, not in this place.
Sorry. Deployment, yeah.
One ring and two ring.
Yeah, there's one band and two bands. It's multi-language.
So the intention of these PVC tubes is to provide a shelter that octopus may choose to go into and potentially lay their eggs in, which also would aid us in recovering information about them when they're recovered. That might happen on this expedition if they're already colonized.
Area near fluid prone and one away, and where it's flat, so they can
We're also gonna come back here tomorrow to recover the milk crate, so we don't need to position everything accurately right now because we're gonna disturb it. So I think it's okay to just set them down, and we'll come back and get them tomorrow and move them exactly where we want them. Yeah, pulling out that milk crate is gonna cause all kinds of havoc, so. And then we'll have more time to do it. Okay, so that coral that we just took a piece of, there's an interest in maybe trying to actually collect the whole animal. There was another one just to the right of it too.
Okay.
So let's go look at those again and see which one looks better for collecting the whole specimen. And then that's going to go in one of these divisions in the bio box. Do we still have this one open? Yeah. Okay.
Oh, yeah, it might be
Basket was before there.
The yellow one? Oh, the one that's on the seafloor. Yeah, we must have left it in 2014, and I just didn't see it in the cruise report. So there's two. We'll have to pick them up. Yeah, and we have the stuff on board to sample them. So.
So you want to pick up the whole animal, you said?
Yeah, but the other one is already.
Yeah, so there was this one, and just to the top right of the science camera,
yeah,
you
okay.
see a very similar one.
Which one would you like first?
Oh, we just want one
Okay.
of one of them. So, do you have a preference? The one on the top right?
Yes, no problem.
Okay, so we're going to try to get this one.
Because the former one
And-
is this one.
Yep, exactly.
Yes, the other one is colors. This one I made it.
Hmm?
The papaya dish,
Yep.
same one.
It's kind of deceiving because it looks like it's close, but it's like skated up. Yeah, keep it out of it. So it's this one right here.
This white one, that looked very similar to what we just collected. So,
This is the one that was up to the right, one that we did is right there.
yeah.
Sorry, I'm confused.
Oh, yeah. We just sampled this one.
Yeah.
Now we want to get that whole animal. So we want to try to get into the base as much as possible to try to get that whole animal. But again, can I get some glamour shots before we get in there? Yeah, okay. There we go. It looks like there's a tiny little associate climbing on there. That's about as close in as I can get. So for anybody who's never seen an octocoral before, these are filter feeders. You can see how they have their polyps deployed for catching particles out of the water. Okay, that's great. Thank you so much. So let's go ahead and try to get that animal. While they're doing that, I'm gonna just pivot over to the right a tiny bit. Oh no, I don't want to. No, no, no. You're fine. You're fine. So the advantage of getting 2 different specimens is that allows us to look at the variability of this particular species. We assume it's the same species. And by having a larger specimen, we can get more information about things like age. It looks like the divider in this one. Great, nicely done. Oh, yeah, look at that. Yeah. There's a small drop. Okay, that was a great collection. Thank you, guys. Our next, before we forget, I would like to trigger a Niskin sample here. So I think number 3 would be the next one we want to try.
Which Niskin is next?
Number 3.
We try to get the crinoid.
Is that a target species? We would rather have that than a sponge? Okay.
Then we have the gynoderms. This is one of our interests.
Okay. Is it okay to put that with the octocoral, or should, because I don't think we can fit that in coral quiver. There we go. Okay, Niskin number 3 has been collected. Can we also do number 5, please? That's one of the smaller Niskins. I want to make sure we get that for semester.
We'll do the crinoid, another one, because the octopus should be itself.
Okay, okay. All right, so then we'll focus on trying to get a sponge. Okay.
And I think the sponge could go in the open. You think so? Or
The open,
the open chambers?
the rock box,
Yeah.
it'll get washed out. It'll get totally washed out. So I think,
We don't have, well, they want to be quick.
yeah, and we have plenty of coral quivers left, so we'll try to take a piece and put it in there. We can also try slurping it.
Maybe the crinoid could go in one of those.
I think it's too big. I think the crinoid is too big to go in a coral quiver. Yeah. No, I think we're gonna try to get a sponge, not one of these right here. We're gonna look for one of the ones that kind of look like a vase.
Yep.
And
Piece of it is supposed to.
yeah, so we can either try to grab it with a manip and see if it's intact enough to put in a coral quiver, otherwise we'll try to slurp it.
Okay. Preemptively, so we're gonna try to get a piece of sponge. Preemptively, yeah.
And just to, five is open. Coral quiver 5 is open, correct? I think 4, yeah, 5, 6, and 8 are open. And just for your reference, this is the sponge we're going to try to collect. One of these two.
Did you just see it now?
Yeah, when I panned the camera and I saw it over there. This is the kind you want, right, Jorge?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's it. Well, two together.
What kind of sponge is this?
It's a glass sponge.
Yeah,
It's
but
a Venus basket.
Venus basket. Thank you.
That's what we call it. And look at the tube worm. It's huge. You see the
What?
tentacles.
Yeah.
I figure it's about half a meter.
We need to go look at that. Totally didn't see that before.
It would be good because before there were so those
Yeah.
crustaceans so we could hardly see it.
Do you want the one with more commensals or less?
Maybe we can take both.
Okay.
There might be even attached at the case. And then in another one we'll do those other ones.
Yep.
There are images of that type of sponges in Isla del Coco from 10 years ago, and now we don't see them.
So I don't think we can put both in a coral quiver.
Okay.
So which would you prefer? The one on the right?
Uh-huh.
So we're going to try to get this one.
So how much of this would you?
If you want to try to grab at the base of this one,
Like close to the base.
yeah, close to the base there. So we,
2 for 1.
so the sponge seems to have several different anemones attached to it.
How big like Bronze or you want to check it more?
It's hard for me to tell with the position, so just try it and see what we get. Can I get a close-up of that before we put it in?
So that's hydrogeology. And
Yeah,
we
so
have a two shrimps inside.
And there's some
yes.
shrimps inside.
There's always a couple. And you can see the eggs of the shrimp.
That's pretty cool. There's a lot of animals here. So we've got a glass
Yes.
sponge, anemones, hydroids, and shrimp, including shrimp eggs. That's a great sample.
Fish pila.
Okay, let's try to stow that. In the background, you can see several different sea pens. The little kind of orange colored animals. We collected a sample of that earlier, so we'll be able to characterize that. Oh, there's also a brittle star on the backside.
Wow.
You got 5 in 1.
Yep.
A lot of subsamples of that.
That's another fragment. That's the difference between the land. In the land you pick up something and there are like hundreds of species, but they're all basically insects. Here they're all
Wow. Perfect.
Beautiful.
Really nicely done. And slurps, great. What would be your next preference?
we could get another one.
Another sponge, same
Yeah.
species? Okay. You want to maybe hop over a little bit and find a different spot? Okay.
So,
How's all open done? Where you're at?
Next one over 6.
Yeah.
Or start 6.
That's even perspective.
4, 5, 9, 7. Yeah, so use forward, porch, just generally 7. You want to put a lot, you can really put a lot of orders on it. You also have rock and sock, is this guy? So it's rocky and sock. Yeah, but so this one will come out, kind of use it to push against or sit on the wall, but everything's kind of judged so you can and stuff. We also have a skid underneath, so if the porch is on the way, you can also set the 2 skids. So maybe we put this down inside of the little careful.
Do that.
Okay, next one. So just bump up to the right there? Find us a sponge?
Yeah, we can, no, yes, we do want a sponge. What I would like to do is pop off and so that we can kind of see a broader view of this ledge.
Yeah, you take the camera and that's not for us, so you can see.
We might try to get another specimen of the same species, but just want to check and see if there's anything else we want. There was also just below us some incredible looking tube worms, so we might want to also have a look at that. You might see them in the downward camera. Yeah, you see them right down here? Oh no, those aren't tube worms, that's a tube anemone.
Took anemone, but that's huge. That's, and I will be able to collect them.
Yeah, okay.
They're huge and they very deeply.
Okay, so there's several more of the octocoral that we collected,
Yeah, let's do
several more of these sponges.
some video of the anemone.
Oh, you want to get some video of that? Okay, can we hold position, please, Adam? Can you put highlights, please, in the record of a tube anemone?
See the size.
Yeah, it's about 50 centimeters at least.
Yes, it's
Very large.
Beth,
Yes.
so if that one goes into defensive mode, will it go into a ball like the others, or it looks different?
I have never seen a tube anemone in a defensive mode, but I'm not an expert. Okay, we can come away a little bit so that we can again pan around and see what other either target species we want to collect.
So the viewers think that's a relic canvas. That's correct. That's correct.
I think it's a monotypic order.
many different
It's the only
species of
species
sponges.
in that order.
Yep.
in the Parliamentarian. It's really special.
So
Oh wow, look at that one.
Blended between in the tropics.
Yeah, interestingly, it doesn't have any.
tentacles up to 2 meters long.
Even Ringwor's 83's got it right.
Let's try the small one.
This one?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you think manipulators or with a slurp?
I think with the manipulator.
Probably the manipulator for
Okay.
that base.
And we already have a coral quiver open, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's,
Guess we'll just go for the base.
Yeah, when we get into position, just let me know and so I can get some close-ups and then,
Yeah, get an angle.
Yeah.
Just wanna look back at that.
okay,
Just gonna look back on that.
sorry about that.
Don't look up
Is that how it's gonna be? All right,
I use this ram to, sometimes we land on it,
yeah,
so it just gives us kind of different angles to.
that's a good idea, especially with that heat flow probe.
Yes.
Anything we can do to give ourselves a little purchase.
A close up with the lasers and then without the lasers. The lasers are on. Wait,
Yep.
Wait,
Wait,
we're gonna do a close up first.
okay, so you can get a frame grab or highlight, whatever, either one. It's another type of sponge.
And without the lasers.
Yep, we'll turn that off in a second once he gets it logged. You got that? Okay.
Okay.
Can we turn the lasers off, Adam?
I have seen that before on
Okay, and then another highlight, please.
Comes with that.
We see some hydroids attached.
Zoanthids. Probably zoanthids. Yeah, those might be. I think those are zoanthids also, the end of the tentacles.
Okay. All right. I think we're ready to try to collect this.
The whole thing or just a cup?
We'll try to get the whole thing.
Yeah.
Thank you for asking.
Are we okay to take that piece and then we'll come back to the rest?
Yeah, just
Yeah,
yeah,
we'll just-
carefully pull and see what comes, and then. So, even with a fragment of a sponge, it's very helpful. One of the most critical things for identifying a sponge is the shape of the spicules that make up the sponge structure. Half an hour.
Try
Yeah.
I think they want to grab the rest of it.
So what does that, just get all in. Copy there?
Yep. Oh, good. Brittle star evacuated. You can go ahead and take a, you can go ahead and log that one as the sample. Just so we can get some pictures, the automatic pictures of it when it's right in front of the camera. Oh, there's still one brittle star attached. That's great.
Larger
Yeah.
than the sea.
Yep. You still, Adam, do you still feel comfortable with 4:30? Or, okay. What I suggest is that we go ahead and come up to Mount Curtin just so we can see how extensive the octopus are before we plan out our next stop. Does that sound good?
It's gonna be about 2 hours.
Yeah.
2 hours.
2.5 at least. So we're coming up, we'll go have dinner and then
Dinner. Perfect.
and then we'll get set up for CCD. We still need to get the coordinates, figure out the coordinates. I have them from Sergio, I just need to write them down. Do that, it'll probably take 3.5 hours. See from them if they need a little bit longer to do some checks because of the hydrology. But potentially we could go back in, or we could delay it. No, earlier than that, we could wait.
Oh, yeah. Let's see what they say.
Yeah. Maybe it's good to wait a little bit just to give people, this is the first time they're processing animals. So
That's right.
why not, I think I'm gonna ask, go ahead and say that we're gonna delay the launch.
Basically, save.
Yeah, one of my dives will be Atlantis towards the end of the dive, that will be post.
Going forward, whatever.
Yeah.
Billing is if you're flying forward, so if you're in Transect, sorry, you can actually get that part. You know, we have a, I don't know if you can hear, but we have an auto hold function. Once we get our thrusters dialed into the thrust that we need to sit on the bottom of the ocean, we can actually freeze that command, and that thrust will be consistently delivered to all the thrusters. We're kind of hidden to the bottom of the ocean gently.
So Adam, I think what we're gonna do for the final 30-ish minutes is come off here and actually head towards that final marker E that's right around here, just so we can get an idea of like how many more octopus are around here, because the density is so much higher than before. So to help us plan our next dive. And I don't know if we want to pop up and lateral over, or if we want to kind of go and with the contour. Okay.
If you see the little triangle in the back of the view,
Yeah.
that's actually the outside view. I'm actually facing right towards it, so I'm just kind of flying.
Okay.
It's only maybe 50 meters away.
Yeah. And I didn't give you all of the markers we put out, so there's probably some other markers we're gonna pass along the way. No. Thanks for your expert sample collection, Mike. So for our audience watching from home, we have about 30 more minutes here on the bottom for this dive, which has been an amazingly successful dive. We're going to see what's coming up ahead, get a little preview of the other sites that we intend to visit, get an idea of the density of animals along this continued trajectory. Not quite sure yet when we'll be back in the water, but we do plan another dive at this site tomorrow.
I mean, when we pulled it,
Are you writing out like
you can see how the cable kind of got pulled a little bit, but it worked really well. I think it's better than Tino, because you can grab it this way, you can go like this, you can do all sorts of cool stuff. Yeah.
That looks like a different coral.
It's amazing. From publications, it didn't seem like there were so many
Yeah,
organisms, but then the quality of the footage
yeah.
is very different. It's very impressive. Yeah, I wasn't expecting that diversity on what the corals,
Yeah.
sponges. Oh, it's solid.
Just to the south of it, yeah. Like if I lateral this way, you'd be back in that whole area where, yeah. So I think what we're doing is I'm just gonna face up towards marker E here.
So one of the things we've observed, and Dr. Didova Iman reminded us of, is that often we see a higher density of corals away from the venting, and that's definitely what we're seeing here. So octopus seem to be where we're finding the low temperature flow, and then we see less octopus, more corals, and so we're just having kind of a preview to see what's ahead. There's another marker ahead of us where we've observed octopus before. So we just want to see what that looks like to help us with planning our dive tomorrow. Looks like we have a black coral coming into frame. So we do have what looks like a black coral up here, in addition to down in the sedimented area. I think this is the first black coral I've seen on the actual outcrop, but others might have seen one already. Looks like another one of these predatory tunicates also.
I just switched with Rob, and I haven't done this before. If you give me the rundown, I'm feeling okay. But
Yep.
if you want something that he was
Yep.
doing, just please tell me. And he just said black coral, so
Yep.
I was going to try to test this observation.
Okay.
Is this right? Like, this is biology observation, coral, black coral.
Yeah. Or yes, that's totally fine. And then press enter, and then you could be like, Venus face sponges. So if you're listening to me, you could just write down what I'm saying.
Okay.
Yeah.
If I don't know how to spell it, it might be typo.
That's fine. I will try to always say like coral or sponge.
That sponge was a
Venus vase.
Venus.
Venus vase.
Oh, vase.
Yeah. So there's one in the frame. We again see scientific debris, anthropogenic.
Have you been in Alpha?
Yes.
Did you come down here?
Yes.
Was that your way?
That was my last time I was in Alvin was here in 2014.
What's the depth rating of Alpha?
At the moment, it's 6,000. They got upgraded.
What's the deepest you've been in it?
3,000 here. So some really amazing biology coming up ahead that we can see in the brow cam, starting to show up in the science cam. Just incredible densities of different types of sponges, many different sea pens, a whole variety of sponges here, at least 3 different species. A few octopus, not as many as we observed before. We've got a few more meters to go. These are pillow lavas that we're going over. They're an eruptive lava type when the seamount was formed over 23 million years ago.
Updated with
These incredible glass sponges just keep going. There's so many of them in the frame, at least 20. And they're not done yet. Part of the reason for the higher density of these animals is you can see that we're in a very steep terrain here, which is usually a place where currents get kind of redirected as they move around seamounts. And so those higher currents bring more particulate food for these filter feeding organisms to take out of the water. So that's why we see this higher density. So even though there's not necessarily high temperature fluid flow happening here, you can still have other high densities of animals. Holly, don't worry about it. If you can't log everything, like that's not the point.
I'm
of
just
this.
trying to hear you.
Yeah, I know.
And
It's
hard to hear.
yeah.
So I was asking if they had like a headset that I could throw
We
on.
could also just ask people to be quiet.
Yeah, can
we
we?
be quiet in the room so the logger can hear me, please? All right, another black coral just coming out of the bottom of the frame here. More octopus. Again, this is more of this pillow lava that we're looking at. All right, we've got a new marker coming into frame soon. We've previously been to this site before. 9 years ago, and we left behind some markers to help us figure out where we were going, where we had been. Another black coral here off to the left. Yeah, marker E should still be ahead of us. So here you see that former marker that was deployed in either 2013 or 2014. Almost still looks brand new. Here we have another spot with a higher density of octopus, and you can also see that the rocks are blacker. That's an indication that there's probably flow in that spot right there. That's why we left the marker behind. The shimmering water helps remove that sediment. You can also see the manganese incrustation on that rock. That's the black stuff. So on a future dive, we'll probably come back here and interrogate it for temperature, but not right now. So you can really see differences in the biodiversity depending on what is happening at this seamount. Yeah, it's fine. We'll do the detailed stuff later. There's a sea star in the top left side of the camera. So Adam, I think what I'll do is actually get all the marker positions so that we can have them all in here. I tried to keep it simple for this dive, but it's probably helpful to have them all.
Yeah. And actually, if we see any more, I should have actually taken a mark because I noticed the last two were off a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah, so we can drop our own positions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just if we see them, we'll just drop them and know exactly where they're
Yeah.
at. Actually, in fact, I'm going to do that real quick. Would you mind just kind of maybe right in my rear triangle of the vehicle? Just in the rear triangle of my vehicle, you zoom in, just throw a marker F in there. So we're just behind me, like where that blue dot is.
So we've just got a few more minutes left on today's dive, doing a short transect to see how the biodiversity looks on our final approach on this outcrop. This has been a pretty epic dive, especially a first dive for a shakedown expedition. I am incredibly proud of our team for what we've accomplished, beyond my imagination of what we would see today. So again, you see this very large coral coming off the bottom of the screen, an indication that the flow and food conditions at this spot are good enough to have a very large and very old coral in this environment. Again, we're coming up on a spot that looks like it might have low temperature flow. You can see that the sediment is wiped away, the rocks are blacker, the octopus seem to congregate in that area. So again, another spot where low temperature fluids are weeping out of this small outcrop. And seems to be a behavior of these octopus to brood their eggs in those spots. Yeah, okay. And our target for this transect marker E is in our view on the brow cam. It'll be coming into the science cam soon. One of the goals of our expedition is to apply automated image analysis to some of the dive footage that we collect to get counts of the biodiversity and the abundance of these organisms. We're definitely going to have our work cut out for us on this expedition. We're so thankful to have a team shoreside that's helping us with testing this approach. I'm super excited about how this works. So another, what looks like black coral off to the right here as we're coming up. So not only octocorals, but also black corals on this dive. Another sea star also. A beautiful crinoid attached to a sponge down in the lower right. Just really incredible density and diversity here. And now in the top of the frame, you're starting to see the marker E that we left behind, indicating an area that we had previously detected low temperature flow. It's probably right where those octopus are and that black rock is. One of our markers has now been colonized. Looks like little fireworks on the top of that marker. Yeah, looks like it does keep going, but it kind of, the density really levels off up there. And we are currently facing northeast. Our heading is northeast, looking at over this outcrop. And the outcrop trends from the southeast to the northwest. And so we're kind of looking over the top of this outcrop here. This is one of the tallest points. Yeah. Is it possible to put Fledermaus in the picture-in-picture and show the entire outcrop, just so I can talk about where we're going to go tomorrow?
Yeah, let me toss that up.
Thank you. Wow, look at that view. Really incredible. A fissure.
All right, there you go.
Great, thank you so much. So right now in the picture-in-picture view on the live stream, you're seeing the waypoint 4 on the red area. That's where we are right now. We're kind of right at the top of the highest point of the southern lobe of this Dorado Outcrop. If we were to zoom out on Fledermaus, you would see that the outcrop also extends to the northwest. So we've only explored a very small part of this seafloor, maybe less than 300 meters on this dive, but really incredible diversity. Tomorrow we'll be coming back here to do some more operations and also visit that northwestern end. Thank you for showing that in Fledermaus. So this is definitely the tallest point of the outcrop. It's a very small feature. This outcrop rises only about maximum 300 meters above the seafloor, and just is an incredible spot for diversity here. And unlike what you see at most seamounts, it is very unusual to see these octopus in such high densities, and it's really related to the fluid flow of this environment. And maybe to close us out, it looks like there's a fish coming towards us, hopefully, in the science cam. Let's see what that is. Thanks for the map, Alex. Do we have any fish experts in the room? Okay, Cusk-eel. C-U-S-K. Where is a tummy on one of these fish? Right behind the fins? This is a good highlight to capture, Holly. Video highlight. Aw, you look so sad. Is that a parasite?
Well, you can see it's got a parasite.
What kind of parasite is that, Diva? Do you know? Okay.
We're invertebrate biology.
Where's Beatriz? No, not the fish, the parasite.
That's great. That's,
He definitely looks like he's had a meal lately. Great. There was a little shrimp swimming by as well. Copepods, okay. Do we think the parasites are a type of copepod? No. Awesome. I can't imagine a better way to end our dive. Yes, I think we're good. Yes, of course. Let me get out of the way here. Okay. Let's let Jorge give a send-off and then we'll start coming up.
Bueno, muchas gracias a todas las personas que nos acompañaron hoy, todo el día o parte del día. Y este es apenas el primer día de una expedición de 3 semanas para explorar todas estas regiones del mar profundo de Costa Rica. Así que manténganse en sintonía, que esto va a seguir, esta exploración y descubrimiento de muchísimas cosas nuevas. Muchas gracias.
All right. We'll end the dive.